Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for assembling again for the second wonderful day we are going to have. We have some excellent keynote speakers. We have an excellent fireside chat. So may I request all of you to please take your seats and settle down. Yeah, please settle down. Thank you. What about those mics on the stage all are on, no? All right, so it's 10 a.m. and we had promised we'll begin in time. We have a wonderful lineup today again of sessions, speakers, fireside chats. Mr. Natarajan Chandrasekharan, the chairman of Tata Sons, is already here, and a big round of applause for him. Swami Gnanvatsal is also here, and he'll also be joining us. And then we have our Honorable Minister for Commerce and Industry, Shri Piyush Goyal. He'll be joining us shortly. So without much ado, I'll request our President, Dr. Viranchi Shah, to please give his welcome address. Please.
A very good morning, dear friends, and a warm welcome on the day 2 of this IDMA 60 years celebration and a conclave that celebrates the pharmaceutical industry in India. Respected Shri Natarajan Chandrasekharan, Dr. Swami Gnanvatsalji, and dear friends. The ultimate purpose of all the entrepreneurs is to enjoy the benefits of Swarg, as per the Indian mythology, the way Indian mythology goes. And we want to go to Swarg without dying, and we want to enjoy the Swarg here, and I think that's the ultimate purpose everybody exists. And what makes Swarg, the heaven, so attractive to all of us are 3 things. It has a tree that's called Kalpataru, and the story so goes that if you stand beneath Kalpataru and you wish things, they come to you without any effort, without any investment. There is a cow called Kamadhenu, and she gives you uninterrupted supply of milk, fertilizers, without your having to care for her. And you have a pot called Chintamani, which is full of gold, silver, gems, and you just put your hand inside the pot and it gives you unending supplies of precious metals and whatnot. The overall concept that you have created for Swarg is that in management terms, we have unlimited returns for no investment. And that is all we all aspire to. On someday we create an enterprise that gives us unlimited returns with no or minimal investment. Of course, at Idma we cannot promise that, but at least we are trying to give you food for thought in the 2 days of deliberations, how you can get maximum returns on your investment. And yesterday we saw some very interesting deliberations with the Honorable Minister Mansukh Bhai, and we had deliberations in form of panel discussions on pivoting for the future, on how to use private equity to fuel your growth, on the disruptions that are already happening and how you can sail through the disruptions. And I hope at the end of the day, you could get some useful takeaways which will help your organization go forward and re-strategize so that you get the maximum return on the resources that you have put in. Continuing further, friends, today we have some eminent personalities and very useful sessions. We have the chairman of Tata Sons, who is going to have a fireside chat with Mehul Bhai, and with his experience of handling 62 companies, we have heard a lot about him, turning around the company and doing wonderful things, and how we as entrepreneurs can learn from him. We have Dr. Swami Gnan Vatsalji, motivational speaker, and this could help us, think about the mindset that is required. And today is going to speak on positivity in adversity. So how do we keep a positive mindset in the adverse situations that we are currently into it? And we all know we are living in a very volatile environment. At a point in time when we thought that COVID is already gone, there is a war that has started. And, probably there could be another disruption on the corner. So how do we keep a positive mindset and sail through? And then we have some very useful sessions today, focused on the API, how Atmanirbhar initiatives can help the nation and the pharmaceutical industry to go forward in the next 10 and 20 years. And we have a session on R&D. Yesterday, Madam Aparna, Dr. Mansukh Bhai, all the dignitaries spoke of the importance of research in creating value to our products. And we have a session on R&D that could probably help us understand how we could use innovation in R&D as a tool to grow our businesses. So friends, I wish you a wonderful interaction today, and I hope that we will be able to give you some more food for thought, some more points, actionable points that you could take home, reconsider based on the capacity, position, and strategy of your company, how future-oriented you are and what are your directions. But at least these inputs will help you to grow further. So with these words, I welcome you all and have a wonderful interaction today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, President Viranji Shah, for giving us your very warm welcome address. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to invite on the dais Mr. Natarajan Chandrasekharan, popularly known as Chandra. He is the chairman of Tata Sons. May I request Mehul Shah to please escort him. We also have in our midst Suchitra Chaudhary, the Vice President from the Chairman's Office. Thank you for being with us. Mehul will introduce Mr. Chandrasekharan, and he will then commence the fireside chat. Over to you, Mehul.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome once again to the IDMA Diamond Jubilee 60th year celebrations. I hope you had an exciting day yesterday. Today, Friday, April the 15th, 2022, is also packed with insightful sessions with captains of the industry, as Viranchi Bhai stated. Trust you will enjoy and will have abundant takeaways for yourself, your companies, and your stakeholders. Today, I am bestowed by IDMA with the rare fortune of hosting Shri Natarajan Chandrasekharan, Chairman Tata Sons, the holding company and promoter of all Tata Group of companies, including Air India. In a fireside conversation. Chandra's appointment as the chairman followed a 30-year business career at TCS, which he joined from university. I repeat, 30-year business career at TCS, which he joined from university. He rose through the ranks at TCS to become CEO and MD of the leading global IT solution and consulting firm. Under his leadership, TCS consolidated its position as the largest private sector employer in country and the country's most valuable company. Chandra has been conferred with the Padma Bhushan, one of the highest civilian awards in India in the field of trade and industry in 2022. I want to thank here Ms. Renuka Ramnath for multiples who introduced me to him, and only with her blessings I could interact with him, and we are very, very proud to have him here. It's one of the greatest pleasure in my career, 36 years, to sit with him. Dear audience, please welcome Natarajan Chandrasekharan with a big round of applause. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you. It's an honor to be here with you this morning.
Sir, my first question to you. India is at a decisive point in its journey towards prosperity. With collective leadership of government, industry, and society, we have reasonably weathered well in the pandemic. How has economic growth affected inclusion and sustainability in the past, and what impact do you see it having in the future?
See, first let me start by saying that economic growth is fundamental for inclusion. If you look at our history of 75 years since independence, our population has grown from 300 million to at least 4 times. Our economy has grown probably 100 times. And we were 50%, more than 50% agricultural economy. Now it's only 20%. And our life expectancy was only 32. Our literacy rate was only 12% in 1947. I think we have made huge strides. We have grown in multiple industries. Nobody would have predicted where we will be today in those days. So there is no question, there is an enormous amount of economic activity has happened, and huge amount of growth has happened. Also, even if you look at the last 10 years before the pandemic, say 2007-8 to 2018, we would have lifted about 250-260 million people out of poverty in those 10 years. But while all this is true, we still have fundamental issues. Inequality is a major issue. Women's employment is a major issue. Access to healthcare is a major issue. Access to high quality education for rural kids and poor kids is a major issue. So just economic growth is not enough for inclusion. While we have a stupendous opportunity in this next decade, where we will certainly become the 3rd largest economy after China and US, and also our per capita income will at least double, maybe triple. The problem that we need to solve is how do we bring equality? How do we grow in a sustainable fashion? We are the only country which has to solve the sustainability problem and at the same time lift more than 300 million people out of poverty over the next 10, 20, 30 years. So given all that, a lot of thinking needs to happen. Economic growth is a good thing, but we need to achieve that growth in a way we create jobs. We have to create 100 million jobs in the next 10 years, 1 million job a month, and we reduce the carbon footprint, and then we get more people under formal employment. 77% of our country has informal employment. So there's a lot of metrics that we need to change, but I'm very positive and bullish.
Thank you very much. India's pharmaceutical industry and likewise technology industry rely on innovation and exports. How have innovation and exports helped Tata Group to grow?
See, fundamentally, we have to see human resources as a strength. If you take TCS, 5 decades ago, there was no industry called IT services industry. No one knew of software services. It was all hardware. And IT services and software was seen as an art. If you went to big corporations, there will be professionals who will be doing the same thing, writing code or managing systems for 20, 30, 40 years. But what happened, what TCS could do, was to bring about a concept that IT services, software services can be standardized, can be industrialized. And young people can be taught how to manage complex technology and IT systems. And later on, more entrepreneurs came. And what we have today is a software superpower in the world with almost $140 billion of exports. And huge employment, high-paying jobs, and also in the process we have changed the brand of India in a very, very significant way. So if you draw parallels, pardon me for saying this, I always wonder if this is the human capital that we have in our country, why can't we create champions, global champions in every field? Why would we not have a global accounting firm? Why would we not have a global semiconductor company? Every semiconductor company design is happening in Hyderabad and Bangalore. Why would we not have a very large global player in process industry? See, wherever there is a lot of R&D is required, design is required, human talent is required, we have enormous potential. And I think it is possible. One is the mindset, second is innovation. Innovation to think differently. If the thought of industrializing the software by coming up with processes by which complex IT systems can be demystified and young educated graduates can handle that, then we wouldn't have created an industry. We would have missed the bus completely. So I feel that there is enormous opportunity.
Thank you. Tata Sons is revered for its employees' culture, and Tata Group companies have been aspirational workplaces across generations. How Tata Group differentiates amongst others in the industry titans on recruiting the best talent?
See, I have not worked elsewhere, so I can't compare, but I can tell you what we do and what I believe in. See, I think talent is a tough question. I think most people just think that hiring the best talent solves the problem. It hardly does. To my mind, there are 3 dimensions. One is a culture towards talent where the talent is hugely respected. A talent is hugely empowered. And talent and people are held accountable for performance. The 3 go together. It's very easy to get into a culture where the empowerment is taken away. And very easy to get into a culture where they are not respected. People are seen as resources. And that creates problem. Second, you need processes and systems, not only to hire the best talent. I believe most people, when you hire them, if they are a good educated people coming from the schools that we recruit from, or even in the tier 2, tier 3 schools, if you are recruiting the top 5%, 10%, you get excellent people. But then you need the processes to be able to give them opportunities, give them leadership roles, give them rotation, give them the ability to take bets, fail. Not necessarily fail, but give them that flexibility to be able to try out things. And systems, checks and balances and processes are required so that nobody gets stuck in the same role. You still see companies where people are doing in the same department forever. And unless or otherwise we rotate people. And we get very nervous about taking people out from the job in which they are pretty good at. Actually, disruption can come only with a fresh pair of eyes. If somebody has done this job for 10 years, people will say, oh, this guy knows everything. He's my right-hand man, left-hand man. So he's the be-all and end-all. I mean, that's not the way you can grow companies. I feel that that person also has to be given another role. So the job rotation is very important. And taking risk a little bit important. So I think talent is a complex subject. And it requires mostly the culture, process and systems that at the top we are willing to put in place.
Further to that, currently during COVID times when a lot of disruptions and adoption of technology, most companies in pharma where jobs are raining, almost 30% attrition. So there is a lot of struggle going on. So how do you react to such situation?
This is again a tricky situation currently we are in. I am hoping that it is a transient phenomena. It is not that there are much more jobs are getting created. I think it's all going in circles. This person hires that company's person and that company hires this company's person and everybody is giving 10, 15%, 20% hike. So people are just moving around. It happens in IT, it happens in banking, it happens in pharma. It's happening everywhere. It happens in India, it happens elsewhere globally. And this has to stop and this will stop. I do not believe that this will continue. But there is a situation about this work from home. And people have to come back to work. And what is the balance going to be between working from home and working in office? Because some people in the pandemic have almost realized that quality of life is so important. I'm going to take up a job where I can work from home or work from Rishikesh or Goa or wherever. A lot of people have moved. So some amount of that will happen. People who are comfortable at a particular level, they may not want to have an aspiration to do careers which requires a lot of commuting and so on. So some of these things will happen, but it will all balance out. I think if there is no other COVID wave, I think we should just give it 12 months.
See, you and me have come from a different era. Now today's young generation, when they join any company, they join with the expiry date. So what is the message to them and how do you answer that?
See, I think I'm going to say something a little controversial. I'm not saying that people should do what you and I did, stick around forever in companies. Because the opportunities for today's young people are many, from entrepreneurship to jobs to etc. But then they have to have the discipline of taking up each job to acquire some skills, acquire some expertise and change jobs only because you are passionate about a particular field and you get a better opportunity in that field. But if people change jobs because there's more money, because I don't have to work harder, I think they'll stop growing. See, the problem that the younger generation is going to face is they are going to live very long. Very, very long. I personally believe that 25 years later, we will have medical science which will help you to extend your life. Medical science which will help you for anti-aging. It is not improbable to think that someone can grow to 40 and then say, I want to remain at 40 for the next 10 years. It's absolutely going to be possible. So it's going to be very long careers. I have a son also, I tell him the same thing. Don't be in a hurry. Take it easy. I'm not saying that you don't work hard. Work hard, but enjoy the journey. If we all work, see, already I have done 35 years, and nowadays it's 40, 45 years has become normal of career life. People will work for 70, 75 years. So education is important. Technology will be changing much faster. Jobs, nature of jobs will change. Pace will only increase. So to lead a good life where money is just not going to bring happiness. All of us know that, right? Once you earn a certain amount of money, after that, any extra dollar doesn't help. Anyway, you can't eat. The more money you make, less you eat. Given all that, the quality of life matters, but quality of intellect matters much more. So they have to really invest in learning, continuous learning. There are so many exciting stuff that's going to happen in biopharma, healthcare, materials, electronics, so many different industries, so many different possibilities, quantum computing. So I give you a long answer, but I don't want to say advice, my suggestion to younger generation would be to take a long-term view, and you should enjoy this ride. Life is about enjoying the ride. It's always a ride. There is no destination. All of us have a glass, and the water is never going to be full. It's always half full. And you keep adding to that. And you should enjoy the journey of adding more happiness in your journey.
Thank you. I'm changing the subject. The business environment in India and globally is frenzied with valuations. In an age of widely available and cost-effective capital, how difficult is it for business leaders to deliver on the expectations of their shareholders?
So again, some controversial answers I'm going to give. Maybe it's a question for Renuka, not for me. But see, I think valuations will always get ahead because people want to make quick money. And investors want to make good returns, and they want to make those returns faster. As long as, I think there are multiple dimensions. There is a talent dimension, business means business operations dimension, and financial dimension. You need to have a different type of discipline in each. In a business dimension, as long as you know the direction in which you want to go and you have clarity, then you can scale it, you can go faster. In a financial dimension, as long as you have taken care of your balance sheet, P&L will take care of itself if you have the right business model. And talent dimension, you need to have a very cohesive management team which has a high aspiration. And then you will generate profits, you will generate growth, you will generate cash flows. All of this will happen. But if you play to the gallery of looking at, oh, I am now 1 billion, I have to become 3 billion, 2 billion, and start making decisions based on valuation, you lose the valuation and you lose the business.
Very important. Totally different subject. You are an avid marathon runner. Do you draw learnings from the marathon running into business? If yes, could you share a few of them?
Yes, I do. The best thing that happened to me is I taking up running about 15 years ago. I think marathon builds character. And it has taught me so many things. Running has made me a calmer person, much calmer person. It has increased my grit, my perseverance, my determination, and importance of fitness before performance. I always say, even in business, balance sheet is fitness and P&L is performance. If you drive P&L before having a balance sheet that is fit, it will be a disaster. So if you are overweight, you can't aspire to run faster. So it's the same thing. There are so many lessons that you can learn. And many people think that running is a lone sport. It is not. A marathon running, anyone who runs a marathon will know after 30 kilometers you are running with your mind. The only reason you are running is there are another 40,000 people, 50,000 people running around you. And it is just that support that takes you through. Otherwise, after 30, 32 kilometers, everyone will give up. So it's a team sport. You depend on other people. So I think, for that matter, I think any sports builds character.
Excellent. I'm sure many of them will start running.
No.
Right. What are the technology, social and economic pivots you envisage that will change the way we live, work and engage with each other?
See, we are at a inflection point. While the pandemic disrupted our lives, brought the world economy to a halt within a week, the pandemic also forced certain key trends for the future. I believe the whole COVID-19 experience accelerated the adoption of digital technology by 10 years. And to my mind, every business, whether you are a services business or industrial business, B2B business, B2C business, have to worry about data. Value creation will come only when you know data about your business. Whether it is through sales data, consumer data, machine data, IoT data, there will be a chip everywhere. And understanding what is the data that drives your business and getting insights is what will create value. Second, sustainability will be accelerated at a much faster pace than we think. Every deadline that it's like a train that's coming from both sides. We are going faster towards net zero, but the deadline for net zero will keep coming forward, not because the governments want to do, but because there will be social pressure. We will see more events, catastrophes over the next 2-3 decades because of carbon. And every time that happens, that will bring forward the date. The third is geopolitics. There is a role for China, there is a role for US, they are all recalibrating. There is a special role for India. I truly believe the global supply chain, which is totally focused on China, will have an alternative. I call this the India Plus. there is going to be an enormous opportunity in every industry. We will have a semiconductor ecosystem, we'll have a battery ecosystem, we'll have a telecom infrastructure ecosystem, we'll have an electronics ecosystem, we will have a chemicals ecosystem. Every single area there will be an opportunity. And this will happen in this next 10 years. And it is upon us to think differently and make this happen. This is a one-time opportunity. This opportunity shouldn't be missed. And as I said in the beginning, this has to be achieved with very careful consideration of solving the inequality problem, creating jobs, and creating a balanced society, solving the digital divide, and creating, most importantly, two fundamental things: access to education, access to healthcare for rural people and poor children. If we do it the wrong way, our problem will be bigger. We can't increase the inequality because the economy is going to grow.
Thank you. Finally, what are your 2 cents for people to live a fulfilling, prosperous, yet conscious life?
I don't know, I think Swamiji will be much better to answer this question, but I will just say, I think happiness is important. Happiness is state of mind. Whatever we do, we should do those things which brings that happiness. It's easier said than done. And many people think that being aggressive, being competitive means that you cannot be happy. Or when you say that you have to be happy and you have to be calm, you are saying that you don't be aggressive or don't be aspirational. That's not true. Your heart tells you what you're doing is right or wrong. It always knows. And the only other thing I would say is that we are always around people. Our productivity and our success will increase if we can make a small impact every single day on somebody he work with, somebody, it could be anybody, it need not be intellectuals, it can be your office staff, it could be your driver, it could be somebody big as a big leader, doesn't matter. I think if we can integrate in an ecosystem where we are positively making an impact to make somebody else's job easier, then your ecosystem, the whole thing lifts up. And your performance goes up and you are also happy. I don't know, maybe it's a complex answer, but I feel happiness is important and making an impact in whatever you do is very important. These two, I would say, are fundamental.
Thank you very, very much. Viranchi bhai, Mahesh bhai, we can have 1 or 2 questions. Just 2 questions. One you give to Renuka and one.
I have two questions. Both are important, and both maybe I would like to know whether what I'm saying is
1 minute,
correct or
you are not audible.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
Sir, you can sit and speak, please.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Okay. The first is the new education policy which government has announced and is being implemented from 2022, which is more on the skill development, which is more on the rural area, on the skill development and the job creation. And it is a lot of flexibility and specialization. So what would be your opinion on that? On number one question. The second question is, India, when we became independent, as you mentioned, we were around 34 crore people. We are more than 130 crore today. 130 crore today. And that is creating a job problem, unemployment, whatever it is there. One problem could be solved by a new education policy, skill development. It may take 15, do you think it may solve within 15 years, the one of the issue? And second is the population policy, but not by negative way, but looking at the poor people and to get a job, number one, and a talented education. So that is education may solve it. And the second is the poor people to get a job is also very important. With a population coming at 130 today, and if it is not reduced by another 20%, there may be a problem to us also. Also, you have said that the job creation will be there. However, still if it is lower by in a positive way, of 2 children getting a free education, free up to the government is on the job of for the poor people to get a free education, free medical treatment, everything is there. Will it make a problem? Will it make the solution of that?
Anand bhai.
Sir, I'll answer both questions with the context.
Yeah.
Sir, we have a very young population. I think somewhere around 65% of our people are less than 20 years of age. We are going to have huge number of people coming into the workforce. That's a given. We have to find 10 million jobs, 100 million jobs for 10 years, 10 million to 12 million jobs every year. But at the same time, India has 2 fundamental problems. One problem is lack of access. Another problem is lack of jobs. When I say lack of access, people don't have access to healthcare. Today we have a shortage of 500,000 doctors, 5 lakh doctors shortage. For us to even come to a basic minimum ratio of doctors to patients. And 2/3 of our population is in the rural area, 2/3 of our doctors are in the urban area. So if you look at the access in the rural area, it's a disaster. Same problem in teachers. We have an estimated shortage of more than 4 lakh teachers. We need many, many more teachers. I may not be correct in the numbers, but I think estimated 40,000 teachers a year. So we have a lot of school dropouts. We have school dropouts at the primary level, secondary level, tertiary level. And everybody goes through a certain type of education because in India they think that's what they should do. It's not skill-based education. We have to solve the problem in such a way that we provide access, and in providing access we create jobs. So the 2 problems cannot be solved independently. We are trying to solve the access problem this way and the employment problem this way. But you have to solve in such a way that they meet, then you can create a lot of jobs. And that is possible only with technology, because we neither have the time nor the energy. Can you build enough hospitals? Can you suddenly educate 5 lakh doctors? It's not going to happen. So how do you bring the technology like AI and machine learning to no-skilled and low-skilled people so that the machines and systems help them to perform at a higher level? Then these things become formal jobs. Same thing we have to do in small and medium enterprises. If we can create a small and medium, see what is startups? They are SMEs in a way. If we can create a startup ecosystem in Bangalore for software and machine learning, why can't we have a startup ecosystem for every industry? And why can't we have funding for them? So because, if I am right, the average number of jobs per small and medium enterprise, MSME, today is 1.5. That number has to go to 10. So we know the problems and we need to solve them. Education policy is good, but then it's just not the education policy. It's about how we operate on the ground. And everybody need not go to the same type of education. Skill development is going to be very key. I mean, this is a subject we can go on and on, but I believe this needs to be addressed.
Renukam, last question.
On behalf of the, first of all, Chandra, I would also like to immensely thank you. I think your India Plus hugely resonated with everybody in this room. I've had the huge good fortune of seeing you and observing you even 25 years back. Not to adulate you or flatter you or embarrass you publicly, but I think you have played a pivotal role in the creation of the IT industry, which is why you got the highest civilian recognition. And I'm having goosepimples when I'm talking. I have no words to express how much I have admired you as a professional. So many of my friends who used to work with Chandra used to say that Chandra would have gone to New York, from there he would have gone to Japan, and he'll call me for a breakfast meeting in London. And he would be so fresh, and I would have gone from Bombay to London, I'll be sloppy, and I just couldn't keep pace with Chandra. That's the kind of energy you brought to TCS. I've seen you long before you became a CEO. How did you arouse that passion in you to see a great purpose in building that IT industry? And how do we get our many million youngsters to become the Chandras of tomorrow to make that India Plus a reality?
See, I have been very fortunate because since the day I joined for work in '86, till date I have enjoyed my job every single day. And I have never had a dull moment. And for that I have to count my blessings. I think the people in this room are all entrepreneurs and risk takers. If we have to realize the India Plus, we have to create the ecosystem to encourage younger people to creating businesses across all these industries. Huge opportunity, I'm telling you, huge opportunity. Every single industry is going to create, because we know, you take batteries, the world is dependent on China. Some chemicals, the world is fully dependent on China, to the extent that 90% is sourced from there. You take polysilicons, dependent on one country. Same thing in some other country, Taiwan. So there are countries which have invested time and energy and created this. But you take any high-tech industry, there are a lot of Indians working there. And it will be more true in the coming years with the age profile we have. Again, I may be wrong with the numbers. I think every third person will be an Indian. Or every fourth person will be an Indian. That's the kind of talent that's going to be available. So how do we systematically invest in their training? And how do we promote entrepreneurship? How do we create the ecosystem? As I said, why should there be ecosystem only for software? Why shouldn't there be ecosystem for other industries? Ecosystem meaning from funding to academy partnerships to the whole thing that makes this whole thing work. I think that's what we have to do, and I think people are bright. Today's younger people are very bright. They have a high aspiration. And we should remove the stigma of failure. Yes, we have to be careful about cash flows, but at the same time, we have to take risk. I am very positive. It will happen. Thank you.
Great note. Thank you very, very much.
May I request our National President Viranji Shah to please come up and present the memento to Chandra. May I request Madam Renuka to please come up? Please. Madam, you always come for Mehul's functions and you come up on the DS. You should come up now also. We all remember the wonderful talk you gave during the contract manufacturing seminar. So please settle down. We have Swami Gnan Vatsalji here in our midst, a very, very popular, very well-known, very inspirational speaker. Please settle down. Our Honorary Secretary George Patani was very concerned whether we'll have the same crowd we had yesterday. But I'm happy to note that we have even a bigger crowd today. Yeah. So, Nirav, can you bring Swamiji? So how many of you wanted to ask some more questions to Chandra? Good, you all get an opportunity in IDMS centenary here. Because we are all going to live long, so there's no hurry. MJ, that's a good one. So give a big hand to Swamiji. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us. And may I request Nirobhai to please come up and introduce Swamiji. He's a very popular figure. But let us see what new things you tell us about Swami Gnanvatsal. Thank you, sir, once again. I also have pleasure in welcoming my very dear friend, Munna Swamiji, for being here with us. Thank you and welcome to you also.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Today I have to introduce Param Pujya Gnanvatsal Swamiji, who is a spiritual guru, who is motivational guru. Gnanvatsal Swami by education is B Mechanical from Vallabh Vidyanagar, Gujarat. He has become sadhu in 1992 in the organization called BAPS, BAPS. BAPS has been engaging into 162 different human welfare activities across 60 countries. And if you remember, during the crisis of Ukraine, our respected Prime Minister Narendra Modi has requested BAPS to help the Indian students over the border, and this BAPS has helped them immensely. Param Pujya Gnanvatsal Swami has visited 25,000 families in this period of time, met over 3 million people and tried to transform their lives, and delivered not 1,000, 2,000, but delivered around 15,000 lectures like this. After 15,000, he has stopped calculating. Gnanvatsal Swami has a favorite topic like IQ, EQ, SQ balance, intelligence quotient, emotional quotient, and spiritual quotient. Friends, let us focus for next 40-45 minutes to learn the life journey of peace, progress, and prosperity with positivity. Put your hands together to welcome Gnanvatsal Swami over here. I need more claps for the personality like Gnanvatsal Swami. We are immensely thankful to him to spare his valuable time with us. Over to you, Swamiji. Thank you so much.
गुणातीतो अक्षरं ब्रह्म भगवान पुरुषोत्तमः जनो जानन्निदं सत्यं मुच्यते भवबन्धनात्. With prostrations at the divine feet of Bhagavan Swaminarayan, my Guru Hari, Param Pujya Pramukh Swami Maharaj, my Pragat Guru Hari, Param Pujya Mahant Swami Maharaj, my heartiest namaskar. Good morning and Jai Swaminarayan to all the delegates of IDMA coming together for a wonderful session today. First of all, I would like to thank my good friends here in IDMA, Kamlesh Bhai, West Coast, Neerav who introduced me, Viranchi Bhai, we had Sanchit, Atul, Ankur, everybody who invited me, and today we are together for this session. When me and Viranchi Bhai were sitting here together, he said, these are all entrepreneurs. And all would like, especially I would like, that more the positivity in their minds, better they can work. They can become better human beings. I said, basically our job is that. Well, when it comes to positivity, the one thing that we can definitely assure ourselves that it is the mother of all the values, it is the mother of all expressions and attitudes, and is the mother that creates you as an entrepreneur, as a businessman, as a human being. Whatever you are outside is a result of what you are inside. You know, coal, graphite, and diamond, it is all carbon. We have all studied science. If the carbon atoms come together in a haphazard way, it is coal. If the same carbon atoms, they come together in a hexagonal structure, it becomes graphite. And the same carbon atoms, when they come together in a tetrahedral structure, it becomes diamonds. So coal, graphite, and diamonds, they are real brothers. They are real brothers. But you can see the difference in the value of these people. In small piece of diamond, you can purchase 10 truckloads of coal. Why one brother is valued to this extent and the other brother to this lower end? Again, I repeat, they are real brothers. But the difference is the internal arrangement of the carbon atoms. We are all human beings gifted with some kind of intelligence, some kind of talent, some kind of good academics, some kind of good platforms, support systems, networks, backgrounds. Still, what makes the difference when it comes to growth, progress, and success? That is the internal arrangement of the value system that you have. All your exteriors depends upon your interiors. Do you agree with me or not? Raise your hands if you say yes. All your exteriors depends upon your interiors. Branded clothes and branded glasses and branded shoes can make a small difference in your personality, will not make a difference in your character. It is character what counts when it comes to success in your life. Stephen Covey, a world-renowned management guru, has written a book, 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. Most of you might have read it or done some course on it. If not, I would suggest today to all of you to definitely read it. He met more than 3,000 successful businessmen upon this earth from across the globe. Another 3,000 failures from across the globe. Personally interviewed them. Went into what the basics they went through. Went into what the procedures they went through. And he comes to a conclusion that all these 3,000 successful people that I met had these 7 habits in common. And he lists out all those 7 habits. Today, this book holds a world record of being at the top position in the New York Times for more than about 60 weeks. It's being translated in more than 28 languages. And they say about more than 25 million copies sold. More than 80% of the executives of the Fortune 500 companies all over the world have done a crash course on this particular book. Today, it runs in more than 90% of the B schools across Europe and America. He lists out 7 common habits that these people who were successful had. I would not go into the details because I'm concerned regarding the topic of today's talk, which is particularly the first habit. He writes, proactivity. मतलब प्रतिकूल संजोग में सानुकूल प्रतिभाव. Viranchi has requested me to mix Hindi and English. प्रतिकूल परिस्थिति में सानुकूल प्रतिभाव. In the most awkward, adverse situations that you face in your life, remain positive. Positivity is the key to success. See, basically, you have only 2 choices in life. If you tell me the whole world can be divided into these 2 choices. A bunch of people who are prosperity thinkers, other bunch of people who are poverty thinkers. What does a prosperity thinker do? What does he think? A prosperity thinker, he says, yes, this can happen. Yes, tomorrow morning this will happen. Yes, tomorrow morning I'll get somebody who can help me. Yes, tomorrow morning I'll get an idea which will bring me out of this problem. He's a prosperity thinker. He creates. And what does a poverty thinker think? अब ये नहीं होगा, जमेगा नहीं, ये नहीं चल सकता, अब मैं क्या करूं? There is darkness everywhere around me. He's a poverty thinker. always, even in the worst of circumstances in your life, be a prosperity thinker, be an optimistic. Yes, there is always a solution to a problem. See, there is no locksmith upon this earth who makes a lock without a key, isn't it? Yes or no? If there is no key to a lock, lock cannot be called a lock. If there is no key to a lock cannot be called a lock. It can be called a bunch of iron. As simple as that. If a locksmith doesn't make a lock without a key, how would the master make a problem without a solution? He wants to train us, makes us grow. He wants to make us grow. And that is why the problems. He has given us a wonderful intellect, human mind to think upon it. So tell yourself every day in the morning, I am my master's piece, so I am a masterpiece. I want all of you to repeat with me. I am my master's piece, so I am a masterpiece. Did you like it? You need to tell yourself every day in the morning before you come out of your bed, I am my master's piece. Because each and every creation is a beautiful creation of God upon this earth. Every human being is a beautiful creation. With such thoughts, you create positivity in yourself right from the morning. And this is how it helps. Positivity in your personal life. See, you may always face setbacks, failures. It is part and parcel of life. It happens, and it has to happen. Because if you learn 10 lessons from success, you learn 20 lessons from failures. Yesterday, the one-time captain of Indian cricket team, Rahul Dravid, in such a conference, somewhere perhaps in Bangalore, his interview is worth watching. He said a beautiful sentence. When the last question was asked to him, what can you tell about yourself as a piece of advice for all the delegates? And Rahul Dravid said that I have batted 406 times for India. 604 times for India. Out of those, 410 times I have not crossed the 50-run mark. So I have seen more failures than success. So today, I am authorized to talk on how to handle failures in life. The humbleness of a great man, no doubt about it. But the realities. So first, for positivity in personal life, acceptance is important. Accept that I can fail. Accept that I can have a setback in life. Accept that I can have an emotional stroke in my life. Accept that I can fall. Falling is not a crime, but refusing to stand up and walk again is a crime. You might have heard the story of a great Sri Lankan cricketer, Marwan Atapattu. He played well in the domestic circuit. He was chosen to play for Sri Lanka in the playing national 11, so he toured with Sri Lanka. First test of his life, that is the first international appearance of his life. First ball, he gets out. First innings, 0. Second innings, 0. He was benched and sent back to Sri Lanka. His family consoled him. Friends consoled him. Then for 21 months, he passed through the domestic circuit again. Again, he got that elusive call. Again, he joins the national team to tour. Again, first innings 0, second innings 1. Again, benched and sent back to the country. Now, this could be a depression for anybody, isn't it? His family consoled him but said, see, and Marwan Atapattu was a qualified chartered accountant. He had a good family business. So his family said, you can join the family business. Or if you want to start your own practice as a CA, we have a room for you. He said, no, I have decided to play cricket. Not just play cricket, I have decided to make cricket, my career. I want to play for my country. I will. He again joins the domestic greed. Again, 19 months into it. He was a fortunate one, a rare one to get that elusive call again that third time. Again, he joins the Sri Lankan team and tours. Again, first innings 0, second innings 0. Now, really, the press started criticizing him that he is not a big match material. He is not a big stage player. He fears international pace. So, we think that he would not probably gain a chance to play for the country. Again went to the domestic grade. His domestic performance was excellent. Again for 36 months. What a patience. What a level of positivity that he might have kept in his mind. Can you understand what I'm talking? The level of positivity that he might have kept within himself to perform for the country at the highest level. The fourth call, which is rarest of the rare. Then he scores a half century, cements his place in the playing 11 for his country, plays for another 15 years, scores 16 centuries, 5,000 test runs, 6 double centuries, and an icon of inspiration for positivity for the youngsters today and everybody of us. So whenever you feel that I did not get this tender, I did not get this contract, my raw material is coming, let's think of Marwan Atpatu. सहारा में तो आप बैठे हो, ऐसे प्रसंग जीवन में सहारा बन जाएंगे, सहारा बन जाएंगे. So first aspect of positivity is acceptance of happenings and situations in life. Accept that I can fail someday. Accept that I can have a fall someday. Accept that probably there can be an emotional jerk. So positivity in personal life. Why? Because I am my master's piece. So I am a masterpiece. I am destined to success. Second important aspect when it comes to positivity is positivity in your businesses. You have multiple opportunities on the right side and multiple opportunities on the left side. Did you understand what I mean? You have multiple opportunities on the right side, that is doing ethical business, having multiple opportunities on the left side, doing, say loudly, unethical businesses. Choice is yours, but make a good choice so you stand a good chance for a great change in your life. You will always have options, always have choices. But remember, unethical practices doesn't take you long. Someday it can push you to the brink of destruction. And the negativity that you will experience after that, which will bring depression and stress in you, you will never be able to come out of it. Even if you are the king of the skies, you have to leave India without Indian passport. If you go for unethical practices. On a diplomat's passport. Even if you are a big diamanter, you have to leave India, go to London, now you are in jail, somebody went to Caribbean islands. Yes can become no overnight. Did you understand what I say? Yes bank becomes no bank overnight. Unethical practices won't go long. आज नहीं तो कल, कल नहीं तो परसों प्रश्न आ सकता है. आए हैं लोगों के जीवन में, आते रहेंगे. So mind very much carefully. You will lose all positivities of your life if you go for unethical practices. You should live with a clear conscience that the money that does not belong to me ethically, I will not even touch it. Forget touching, I will not even look at it. Forget looking, I don't even spit at it. That should be the caliber that you should live with. Otherwise, there are thousands of businessmen living a dog life, donkey life, and cat life. Kisi ka le lena. That is dog life, donkey life, and cat life. And no pillow is as soft as a clear conscience when you go to bed at night and put your head on the pillow. Softest pillow to get a Fine deep sleep is a clear conscience. If you go for unethical practices, you can become zero from hero within seconds. Those who played, tried to de-shape, overshine, undershine the cricket ball, had to leave cricket, isn't it? N number of examples. Those who played with the banks had to leave India. Those who went for money laundering, if they were trying to fly out from Bangalore to US, they are stopped at the Bangalore airport 3 days back. Unethical practices doesn't go along. You have to play in the spirit of the industry. Even while you are ethical, sometimes the ecosystem, the word used by N. Chandrasekharji, more than about 25 times in his interview was the word ecosystem. You have to honor the ecosystem. You have to be a faithful part of your ecosystem. You have to fulfill the principles of your ecosystem. You have to be a positive part of your industry. Then you keep behind yourself a shining example for the next generations to follow. Otherwise, you will ruin yourself, you will ruin your family, you will ruin the ecosystem of your industry. So in the midst of business, everything is part and parcel. Many a times you are right and you may be proved wrong. Accept it. Try to prove yourself right again, but in an honorable way, in a human way. Don't keep on shouting. Sometimes it happens that you are wrong, but you get the advantage of, what do they say in cricket? Advantage of? Benefit of doubt. So that is part and parcel of life. Sachin Tendulkar was playing beautifully in 2002 at Bristol. It was a 7 one-day series against England. India was touring England. In the 32nd over of the 50-over game, Sachin was batting on 99. So he was destined to go for a very big 100. And an Andrew Flintoff delivery pitched and rose beyond expectation. And Sachin tried to defend it. It just kissed Sachin's arm and went back to wicketkeeper Matt Pryor. And a big appeal, and the umpire raised his finger. Sachin just said to himself, this he has written in his autobiography, Sachin just said to himself, no. But he did not say it loudly that the umpire can hear. Live by ethical values. It happens sometimes. Both ways. He just looked at the umpire, smiled, and walked back to the pavilion. While he was walking back, the reviews on the big screen showed that the ball did not touch his gloves. It touched his arm guard. The press people were enthusiastic to bring something out of Sachin's mouth. And 2 words at that time, because it was a solid proof on the screen, by Sachin would have cost umpire his job for the rest of his life. Sachin did not speak a single word. Till date, he has never spoken. This is honoring the ecosystem to maintain the levels of positivity in you and the surroundings. Do you agree with this or not? This is called honoring the ecosystem principles, just to maintain the positivity in the whole system. You have to accept it. Same way, Chandra's mentor, and the name by which all Indians we can feel proud about is Ratan Tata. We can all say with all pride, 140 crore people, that one of the prides of our life is that we were contemporary to Ratan Tata when he lived upon this earth. A man of principles, a man of positivity. More than 100 companies under Tata Sons. You would be surprised to know the ecosystem that they have developed. And they have 66% of the profits of Tata Sons goes to the 11 charitable trusts of Tatas. The family is only 3% holder in Tata Sons. 66% of the profit goes to charitable trusts. And the positivity that Ratanji showed during the 2008 Taj attack by terrorists is a benchmark for any entrepreneur, any businesses, any industry, that what positivity you can show during the worst times of adversities in your life. He asked his management team that what can we do for the victims, for the survivors, for the injured of this attack. They had a meeting, they decided upon a plan. When Ratanji sat in the meeting and he was told that this is what we can do, he just threw away the paper. That only this much. Now let me tell you what we should do. Write down. Lifetime full salary to the victim's family from Tata Sons. Second thing, lifetime full educational expenditure for all the children of the victims and the survivors. Full medical treatment free for all the injured in the attack, not just the employees of Tata, anybody on the street, a vendor's granddaughter, 4-year-old, sitting across on a hand cart across the road from Taj. She got 4 bullets in her leg. And Ratan Tata spent 36 lakh rupees to send her to Europe for special treatment. A vendor's daughter across the street. क्या culture इन लोगों ने develop किया है? This creates positivity in the whole ecosystem. Because sometimes I say when I talk to corporates and businessmen, entrepreneurs, the amount of money that you have in your bank account when you die is the extra work you did you shouldn't have done. Or if at all you did, you should have spent it for a good cause before you leave this earth, because when your eyes close or just before your eyes close, you have just 2 options when it comes to money. Either leave it or give it. Do you have a third choice? Do you have a third choice? No. Either leave behind or give and go. Which is a better option? Say loudly. Say loudly. Give and go. If you follow this principle that I will give before I go, you will remain in a positive state of mind 24/7, 365, 80. You know what principle I said? 24 hours of the 7 days, 365 days of the year, and 80 years of your life. You have 24/7 shops. This is 24/7, 365, 80 of your life. You will remain in a positive mood because you have decided to give and go. It is every human being's duty upon this earth that before we leave this earth, as Chandra said, when he was asked prosperity and happiness, he said, make a long-term goal and then enjoy the journey. That is the very right answer. That before we leave this earth, we must make a small place or a group of people better placed than how we found them. Isn't it? Otherwise, 1.5 lakh people leave this earth every 24 hours. That is 86,200 seconds, 1.5 lakh people. So every 2 seconds, 3 people leave this earth. I think I'm talking since last 25 minutes. If you take 25 minutes, it is like 25 into 6, 150. 1,500 seconds, 2,200 people left this earth. And tomorrow, if God decides on the 16th of April 2022 to have full concentration of pickup from the IDMA, then that makes him a perfect businessman. My friend Nirav says, then I leave the membership of IDMA today. What I'm talking is the uncertainty of life. Then why not to decide that I will give and go, not just in terms of money, in terms of ideas, in terms of energy, in terms of business growth, in terms of employment generation, in terms of some social service, in terms of help to the society. I want to give and go. Repeat with this me. I want to give and go. Again. Again. Keep this statement in your heart and you will have positivity with you 24/7. Another good aspect of positivity is, as I said, ethical hardworking. I come from the BAPS Swaminarayan Sanstha, which is one of the largest organizations in the world. We have got a permanent status in the United Nations as an NGO. And our Guru Hari, Pramukh Swami Maharaj, who created this BAPS organization to this level, he was a one-man organization. Why I say one-man organization? I'll tell you some statistics of Pramukh Swami Maharaj, which will be inspiring to you all. He was the president of this organization for 65 years from 1950 to 2016. In the midst of that, for 45 years, he was also the spiritual head of the organization. Now listen carefully. In a span of 45 years, he created and successfully administered 1,300 institutions of social service. 1,300 hospitals, hostels, schools, colleges, community centers, Sanskar Kendras, Hari Mandirs, Mandirs and Akshardhams. How many of you have been to Akshardham at Delhi or Gandhinagar? Just raise your hands. All of you. I come from that organization. So every 15th day, for 45 years, a land purchased or got. What to do on that land, hospital, hostel, school, college, community center, decided by the board of trustees. Tenders dished out because we are a non-profit organization. Funds raised because we are a non-profit organization. Tender passed, cleared, groundbreaking ceremony performed, construction starts, construction completed of the institute, inauguration ceremony held, and the institute put in the service of society. Every 15th day, this story, Pramukh Swami Maharaj performed for 45 years. So this is an inspiration for you if you want to start a new unit somewhere in Vapi or anywhere in South Gujarat. Or anywhere, any part of the country that you feel okay. If a person decides he can. And I tell you, it's difficult to run a giant NGO like BAPS than a corporate. Why? Because, I explain you in just one line. In a corporate, you have pay and smile relationship. You pay to your employees and so they have a smile on their face. Your employee pays back in work to you, so you have a smile on your face. So it's pay and smile relationship. In NGOs where we work full time, it's not pay and smile. Because we as saints, we don't keep money, we don't touch money, and we don't have bank accounts. And I've been talking since 25 years in national, international conferences. I have not charged a single penny in my 25 years of talking. Today also I've come FOC, huh? Because we don't keep money, we don't touch money, we don't have money, we don't have bank accounts. Neither does our Pramukh Swami Maharaj or today our Guru Mahant Swami Maharaj has. None of the saints. It is selfless service to society. If you take this inspiration of giving to the society, tremendous amount of energy will get generated within you. An attitude of positivity gets generated in you. And as Chandra rightly said, that whether he is your driver or your cook or your friend or your working colleague, he said this. If you can make, and he used the word, a positive impact, if you don't make a small positive impact on a life today, you don't have the right to sleep, drink, and eat. Tell yourself this. If today I don't make a small positive impact in somebody's life, I don't have the right to drink, eat, and sleep. Simple. You will get charged with positivity. You will be looking around for opportunities to help. Another good aspect when it comes to ethics in working, create a culture within you, that is within your company, within your establishment, that everybody is inspired to do that. At Swaminarayan Akshardham in Delhi, we have more than 800 volunteers working full time. But the culture that we have created, as Tatas have created a wonderful culture which can be a source of inspiration to the entire globe people. We at NGO, we have created this culture. एक बार कोई दूध वाला हरियाणा के एक छोटे से गांव में से वहां अक्षरधाम देखने के लिए आया था. अक्षरधाम देखा, प्रदर्शनी सब देखी, बहुत प्रेरित हो गए और देयर ही टुक अ प्लेज, उन्होंने प्रतिज्ञा ली कि इतनी इंस्पिरेशन मुझे मिली, ये प्रदर्शनी देखी, ये वातावरण, ये अक्षरधाम के दर्शन किए, आज से मैं प्रतिज्ञा लेता हूं कि मैं अपने दूध में पानी नहीं डालूंगा. What an ethical value for a small milkman. Then other two milkmen in a small village. It's a small hamlet where only about 80 families stay in the southern part of Haryana, small rural hamlet. इसने जाके उन दोनों को बात की कि मैंने ये प्रतिज्ञा ली, मैं बहुत प्रेरित हुआ हूं. ये दोनों ने भी प्रतिज्ञा ली वहां बैठे बैठे. See the culture, see the positivity, how it spreads. Can you understand me? हम कई बार कहते हैं ये छोटा सा हैमलेट, वहां 80 परिवार रहते हैं, इन सभी को सुबह शाम 2 टाइम अच्छा दूध मिलता है विदाउट वाटर एडेड टू इट, थैंक्स टू स्वामीनारायण अक्षरधाम. ऐसे तो हजारों स्टोरीज बनी है वहां पे. तो आप इस प्रकार का कल्चर क्रिएट कर सकते हो. दिस कल्चर क्रिएट्स पॉजिटिविटी, इट कैन हेल्प, एंड दैट हेल्प is a big help to the society. पैसे तो आते जाते रहेंगे, प्रोजेक्ट्स भी आते जाते रहेंगे, सक्सेसेस एंड फेलियर्स भी आते जाते रहेंगे. First you are a human being and then you are an entrepreneur in a business. Do you believe that? And that is why Chandra very wisely advised us all that enjoy the journey of life. You are not the visiting card that you hold. You are not the car that you drive. You are not the academic qualification that you possess. You are not the bungalow that you live in. You are an entity. You are a special creation. So when Warren Buffett, the richest investor upon this earth, Berkshire Hathaway chairman emeritus, 63 companies into it, when he was asked, what is your daily schedule? He says, from morning 9 to evening 6, I am a businessman. From 6 to 9 in the evening, I am a family man. And from 9 to 10:30 at night, I am a spiritual entity. This is how I live my day. और आप रात को 11 बजे तक और 12 बजे तक फोन चालू रखते हो. पूरी जिम्मेदारी आपकी है क्या फार्मा इंडस्ट्री की? You want to eat liquid gold as curry in the evening, okay, that you are not spending time for yourself and your family? Or are you expecting a call from the PM at 12 midnight कि कुछ नई पॉलिसी है, कोई फॉरेन मिनिस्टर है, पिछले 1 महीने में बहुत आ गए परदेश से. इंडिया इज हैविंग इट्स पावरफुल फुटप्रिंट नाउ इन फॉरेन पॉलिसीज. बहुत लोग आ गए. तो आप ये सोचते होंगे कि 12 बजे तक फ़ोन चालू रखना पड़ेगा क्योंकि शायद पीएमओ में से फ़ोन आए और एक जेपीसी जॉइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी उनको बिठानी है. तो अगर मुझे फ़ोन आए कि आप भाई साहब कल दिल्ली आ जाओ, कल आपको जेपीसी की मेंबरशिप देनी है, और अगर पीएमओ में से वो फ़ोन में रिसीव न कर पाऊँ तो देश की बढ़िया सेवा हो जाएगी, क्या आप ये सोचते हो? इसलिए रात को 12 बजे तक फ़ोन चालू रखते हो. इट्स टोटल फूलिशनेस. This gadget is made to serve you. The reverse has happened. We have become the slaves of this gadget. These gadgets bring you negativity. Use करना, अच्छी तरह से करना. We also use mobile phones, laptops and iPads. टेक्नोलॉजी अद्भुत है. प्रमुख स्वामी महाराज को किसी ने पूछा था कि टेक्नोलॉजी, इंटरनेट और कंप्यूटर, इज इट अ ब्लेसिंग, मतलब आशीर्वाद है या श्राप है? प्रमुख स्वामी महाराज ने बोला इंस्टेंटली फ्रॉम हिज विजडम, विवेक पूर्ण उपयोग करे तो आशीर्वाद है, विवेक चूक गए तो श्राप है. पॉजिटिविटी क्यों चली जाती है, नेगेटिविटी क्यों आती है? ओवर एक्सपोजर टू गैजेट्स. 2 hours and 40 minutes is the average screen exposure of an Indian per day. Why so much? That reduces your soft skill, that reduces your human interaction time, that reduces your human accompaniment, isn't it? And so you start becoming more mechanized, more of a gadget, more of a robo than a human being. फिर positivity कहाँ रहेगी? Interact with people more than your gadgets and you see the positivity in you. interact more with the gadgets than people, and you see negativity in you. Simple equation. Facebook चालू कर देते हो दिन में 10 बार. How many of you start Facebook 10 times? I won't ask you to raise your fingers. No embarrassment. World Health Organization says it officially that if you see your Facebook, open it minimum 10 times a day, you have FAD, F-A-D, Facebook Addiction Disorder. And it is officially categorized by WHO as a mental disorder. It's a mental disorder. आपने एक महीने पहले टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया में पढ़ा होगा कि एक बहुत बड़े सीनियर एग्जीक्यूटिव ने एक एम्प्लॉय रखा अपनी ऑफिस में. ही वॉज पेड हैंडसमली. बाजू में ही बैठाना है उसको. वाई वॉज ही पेड? वॉट वॉज ही पेड फॉर? अगर मैं ऑफिस आवर्स में फेसबुक चालू करूं तो यू हैव द राइट टू स्लैप मी. चांटा मारने के लिए एम्प्लॉय रखा था, इस आदत से बाहर निकलने के लिए. What I want to say is more of gadgets and less of human interaction, you will have negativity. Because news ऐसा पढ़ेंगे इतना आता है. You would be surprised to know that everything that comes on the WhatsApp and you see it and open the videos and everything, nobody more foolish than you upon this earth. वहां से कचरा आता है, सुबह में गुड मॉर्निंग आप आगे भेजते हो. And you'll be, बहुत खुश हुआ. 70 messages, 70 chats and 100 messages. See, I'm loved so much. ये नहीं आप ग्रुप में हो, ब्रॉडकास्ट ग्रुप में हो. उसमें से एक पुष्प आपको अच्छा लगा, वो आपने बेच दिया. वो मुंबई से चला दिल्ली, दिल्ली से चला लंदन, लंदन से चला न्यूयॉर्क, और 4 दिन के बाद एक थोड़ा क्रॉप चॉप होके वापस आ जाएगा. I repeatedly want to urge you, spend bare minimum time on your gadgets, just what you have work. Otherwise, you all and we all have an experience that once you touch the YouTube icon, the second touch is minimum after 30 minutes, 45 minutes, and 60 minutes, isn't it? Time is more precious. So my one point is this: more of positivity by human interaction, more of negativity by gadget interaction. You have to take care of yourself, otherwise you will lose. So with this, I want to put forward is that introspect. Where can I make a small positive change in myself so that I fit my ecosystem better? Now I am giving you 1 minute. You all have a pen and a piece of paper. Write down the question. Then I want an answer from you. I will ask any 3 people to give me the answer. The question is, where can I make a positive change in myself? Where can I make a positive change in myself so that I better fit my ecosystem? Now write the answer. One change that you feel that you must make. Today I'm trying to break many attitudes, egoistic ones especially, that yes, I'm 100%, I'm okay. People are wrong with me, I'm right. Today let us be students first. Where can I make a small positive change in myself? In the answer, I don't want any elaboration. That is your part of the story. I want only one word, not even a sentence, okay? I want only one word, not even a sentence. Shall we start with the president? It is by design. It is by default. It is a company setting. One word only. That means I will discipline myself in gadget use. So discipline in gadget use. Let's give him a good hand. बहुत जरूरी है विनर कमलेश भाई कैसे बहुत जरूरी है वो कहते एज अ फ्रेंड माय गुड फ्रेंड नीरव वन वर्ड एक्सेप्टेंस इज द वर्ड एक्सेप्टेंस मुंजाल जी यहां है हाँ बैठे हैं मुंजाल जी वन वर्ड सॉरी गिव एंड गो वी मस्ट गिव अ बिग हैंड टू ऑल थ्री तभी चलो मैं समझाऊंगा कि मैं गला फाड़ के यहां पौने घंटे बोला तो सब कुछ ठीक चला सॉरी तो वेयर कैन यू मेक अ पॉजिटिव हमारे गुरु महंत स्वामी महाराज जो अभी वर्तमान हमारे बीएपीएस संस्था के गुरु है ही इज 90 years old he attends more than 125 letters a day because प्रमुख स्वामी महाराज को लोग पत्र लिखते थे पर्सनल प्रॉब्लम के लिए फैमिली इश्यूज आई एम कंप्लीटिंग इन द लास्ट 5 minutes फैमिली इश्यूज हो प्रोफेशनल इश्यूज हो such 7.5 lakh letters he answered in a span of 45 years so answering 70 letters a day without a Sunday for 45 years आप समझ लो ये सेशन के बाद ये कॉन्फ्रेंस के बाद when you go back to your office and open your office mail and if you have like 20 mails to answer on first day first half what will happen to you Pramukh Swami Maharaj answered 70 and responsible answering decisive answering at the same time he traveled to 18,000 villages and towns in 60 countries to uplift mankind in all walks of life apart from creating 1300 institutions he initiated more than 1200 saints like us out of them 750 of them are graduates postgraduates chartered accountants doctors and engineers and even pharmacists and out of that more than 150 of them are born American and British citizens out of them more than 50 have studied in Ivy colleges Stanford Harvard Carnegie Mellon Yale Keelong ये तो मैंने आपको इसलिए बताया कि आपको ये ना मन में आए कि इन लोगों को कुछ जमा नहीं होगा ठीक नहीं चला होगा इसलिए यहां बैठ गया ज्यादातर संत को देखते हैं तो यही मन में आता है ये बेचारा कुछ ठीक नहीं चला होगा जमा नहीं होगा इसलिए भीख मांगने के लिए निकल पड़े ऐसी बात नहीं है वी नो व्हाई वी आर हियर वी नो व्हाट वी आर डूइंग एंड वी नो द पर्पस ऑफ आवर लाइफ BAPS इज अ डिफरेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन और आखिर बात मैं बता दूं प्रमुख स्वामी महाराज बर्थ सेंटिनरी सेलिब्रेशंस विल बी सेलिब्रेटेड फ्रॉम 15th of December to 13th of January 2020 to 23 in Ahmedabad on SG highway on 750 acres of land it will be a cultural city 15th December to 13th January 2020 to 23 big 5 exhibitions on family values anti-addiction discipline in gadget usage, stress management, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, well depicted exhibitions on domes, 2,000 sitting capacity domes. We will have about more than 10 national international conferences. I have requested Viranchi, Kamlesh Bhai, Neerav and everybody that I invite you all for our IDMA conference at December at Ahmedabad. We will be the host. We will provide you everything, all infrastructure that you see here will be the infrastructure in a German dome. Temperature control, audio-visual facilities. We will give you wonderful 3 meals, 2 snacks, and our PR volunteers, more than 400 of them, will take you in groups to see the cultural city. More than tens of acres of land will be beautiful glow gardens there, which you see at the Dubai Expo at the moment. We will have a Bal Nagari on 40 to 50 acres of land. Children entertainment and children enlightenment. Shravan, Prahlad, Nachiketa, Dhruv ke spots khade honge. And 20,000 volunteers have already registered either for 1 month, 2 months and 3 months. We will have a tent city for 20,000 volunteers. इतना बड़ा फेस्टिवल है आप सभी को निमंत्रण भी है फैमिली के साथ और हम IDMA की एक कॉन्फ्रेंस वहां एक दिन की कर रहे हैं आप सभी को निमंत्रण है एक बार हमें भी आपको होस्ट करने का मौका दीजिए आना so you will grow you will progress and you will succeed ये 3 में फर्क है कमलेश भाई ने मुझे ये बताया वेस्ट कोस्ट वाले बैठे मेरे अच्छे मित्र है कि स्वामी जी ये इससे ही एंड करना ये बोलना you increase the turnover of your company from 5 crores to 15 crores from 50 crores to 100 crores that is your growth is not your success let me redefine you what is success. Increasing the turnover and the number of employment in your company is your growth. It's not even your progress. If that growth is aided by morals, disciplines, ethics, and norms, then it becomes progress because its sustenance value is more. The word Chandra used, sustenance longevity. So increasing the turnover is growth. That growth aided by ethics, norms, and disciplines is progress. And that progress added by humanity and spirituality is success. So the word success itself includes stability, happiness, and peace. क्योंकि चंद्रा सर ने बताया, जब उनको ये प्रश्न पूछा गया कि अबाउट द प्रॉस्पेरिटी ऑफ लाइफ, ही एम्ड एट मी एंड टेल स्वामी जी ये आंसर देंगे तो मुझे देना ही चाहिए, और मैंने दे दिया कि प्रॉस्पेरिटी ऑफ लाइफ इज दैट after doing all your business and activity and services and keeping relations and everything, you should experience stability in life. You should experience happiness in life. You should experience peace in life. That is a human duty. No, human endeavor. No, human dignity. If only business, it is human duty. Morals and ethics in human business, it is a human endeavor. But to experience within yourself, as I started my lecture, interiors are more important than exteriors. Exteriors are always concrete of your flat and bungalow. What matters is interiors, isn't it? Where the humans live. Just business is human duty. Business with ethics is a human endeavor. But business, ethics, and experiencing stability, peace, and happiness is a human dignity. Live a dignified life. People in one conversation with you, in one smile across, in one conversation across the table, should feel enriched after meeting you, should feel happy after meeting you. So जरा smile रखना चेहरे पे. Smile. Smile. Does it cost you anything? Have you to pay for it? Third question. Do you gain by it? Tell me yes or no. Yes. Does somebody who sees your smile gain something from it? What? Positivity. So smile once again. Thank you very much for patiently listening to me, and all my prayers for all of you. And let my Guru, Pramukh Swami Maharaj and Mahan Swami Maharaj bless you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We are all thrilled. We are all motivated. We are all encouraged. You will see a lot of difference in IDMA from tomorrow. May I request Kamlesh Bhai and Nirav Bhai to please come up and present flowers and a memento to respected Swamiji.
I just... Hello. Hello. Is it audible? I want Pujya Tirth Swarup Swami to come on the dais. He is my senior colleague. And he is a he's a local, yeah. He stays at the Swaminarayan Mandir at Dadar. Many of you are Mumbaites, you might have seen the Swaminarayan Mandir in Dadar, just across the railway station. He is Tirth Swarup Swami. So anytime you feel like going to the Mandir, you can remember his name, Tirth Swarup Swami. So you can have good darshan and abhishek, and we will always be there to welcome you. Yes.
So one more thing I've always admired in the Bombay Swaminarayan temple is the lovely prasad of pure ghee.
So invite you all for lovely prasad as well. And we'll definitely be going to serve you well in December in Ahmedabad. We'll give you meals as well, and what Mr. Dara is saying, beautiful special Swaminarayan laddus.
So thank you very much for being in our midst, sir. And we are expecting Honorable Minister any moment. I'm sure he would also like to take your blessings.
Doesn't matter. We are
Please.
Yeah. And by the time if somebody wants to meet, they can come here.
Certainly. So anybody wants to meet Swamiji, take his blessings, he will be happy to do that. But let's keep some discipline. The moment the minister comes, come back and take your seats, please. Friends, please take your seats. Honorable Minister has already arrived, and we cannot afford to have a little indiscipline, so please bear with us. Please take your seats. Honorable Minister has arrived. Thank you very much. So we want to wish a very happy new year to all our friends from West Bengal. A very happy new year to all of you and your families. Good luck and God bless. So big round of applause for our Honorable Minister, Shri Piyush Goyal ji. Welcome, sir. Settle down. So let's hear a huge round of applause for Shri Piyush Goyal, Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Textiles, Government of India. We are indeed honored with your presence, sir, despite your busy schedule. And without much ado, may I request our Chairman of the Diamond Jubilee Celebration Committee, Mr. Bharat Shah, to please come up and introduce Honorable Piyush Goyal ji.
Good morning. It is my privilege to introduce Piyush Goyal ji to this august gathering. Piyush Goyal ji is the Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs and Food Public Distribution and Textiles of Government of India and leader of House of Rajya Sabha. Earlier, he handled various ministries like Railway, Coal, Finance, Corporate Affairs, Power, New Renewable Energy, and Mines. Mr. Goyal's tenure has been Indian Railway achieved his best ever safety record in 2018-20. This was achieved through holistic measures such as elimination of unmanned level crossing. Mr. Goyal oversaw the launch of the first indigenous semi-high-speed train Vande Bharat Express between Delhi and Varanasi. The Power, Coal and New Renewable Energy Minister led transformation changes in India's power sector, including the fast tracking of electrification of nearly 18,000 unelectrified villages in some of the remotest and inaccessible part of the country. During 35 years, his long political career, Mr. Goyal has held several important positions at different levels. He has been the national treasurer of the party. In 2019, in general election, he was a member of Manifesto and Publicity Committee. He also headed the BJP Information Communication Campaign Committee for the Indian General Election 2014. Mr. Goyal has had a brilliant academic record. All India second rank holder, chartered accountant, and second rank holder in law in Mumbai University. He was a well-known investment banker and has advised top corporates on management strategy and growth. He also served on the board of India's largest commercial bank, State Bank of India and Bank of Baroda. He was also nominated by the Government of India to the Task Force for Interlinking of River in 2002. His father, late Ved Prakash Goyal, was Union Minister of Shipping and National Treasurer of the BJP for over 2 decades. His mother, Chandrakanta Goyal, was elected thrice to Maharashtra Legislative Assembly from Mumbai. He is married to Seema, who is active social worker, and has 2 children, Dhruv and Radhika, who have both graduated from Harvard University. The latest feather in his cap is the free trade agreement with UAE and Australia and counting. Pleased to present to you none other than Piyush Bhai Goyal ji.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bharat Shah, the chairman of the IDMA Diamond Jubilee Organizing Committee. Thank you, Dr. Viranchi Shah, the national president of IDMA, for giving me this opportunity to come back home to my own city and meet all my old friends here. All the distinguished ladies and gentlemen from IDMA, I was just going through your program. It's quite an impressive 2 days of engagement of a variety of subjects, but most interestingly, I was very happy to know that before I came in, we had Dr. Gyanvatsal Swami giving us some spiritual lessons, positivity in adversity. And I think there can be no better example than your industry, who has demonstrated the greatest positivity during the last 2 years of significant crisis that the world has gone through. Truly delighted that I could join all of you on the Diamond Jubilee celebration. In fact, I was asking Mehul Bhai, who's been at me, that I have to come for this program. I said, Mansukh Bhai kal aa rahe hain, Somani ji hain, Mandeep hai, Aparna aa rahi hai, sab fir itna politicians ko zyada mat involve karo, aapka acha chal raha hai कार्यक्रम. पर मधुबाई का और हमारा रिश्ता इतना घनिष्ठ है और इतना पुराना है. It goes back literally to the day I was born. और मधुबाई का जो प्यार और स्नेह मुझे बचपन से ही मिला है। हम साथ में ही सायन में रहते थे, साथ में मतलब 2 बिल्डिंग छोड़ के। और मुझे लगता है शायद कोई दिन नहीं होगा ऐसा जिसमें मधुभाई एक बार तो कोई ना कोई समय हमारे घर नहीं आते होंगे। During the course of a day, at least one visit was guaranteed where Madhubhai would come in. अब आजकल मुझे थेपला जलेबी कम खिलाते हैं, वो अलग बात है। But truly, he's been somebody who's been a part of the family and somebody I look up to as a role model for starting from humble beginnings and growing a small unit. And I've been to his unit maybe 20 years ago. I don't recall now exactly. But I've been to his unit 20 years ago, so I do know the hard work he put in. And from there, grown into a large pharma company with operations in Goa and Mumbai. And I suspect that is the story that I'm seeing in front of me amongst many of you who have grown over the years, who have transformed your business operations. And therefore, 60 years is a great time to both celebrate and reflect. Reflect on our achievements, celebrate the achievements of 60 years, but also see where we are going to go from here. And I'm delighted that instead of a one day, you've really done a very, very exhaustive 2-day program. अच्छा आप सरकार में नहीं हो, नहीं तो लोग बोलते हैं कि छुट्टी के दिन, और वो भी ऑफ कोर्स यहाँ पॉलिटिसाइज नहीं करना चाहिए, पर कोई भी छुट्टी अगर माइनॉरिटी से रिलेटेड और उस दिन आप कोई कार्यक्रम रखो तो बड़ी आलोचना होती है। पर अच्छी बात है, महावीर जयंती था और मैं यहाँ पे कई जैन भाई बहन भी देख रहा हूँ। महावीर जयंती के दिन ऐसा कार्यक्रम रखना अपने आप में सही माने में दिखाता है कि हम सेलिब्रेट भी करते हैं और काम से बढ़िया सेलिब्रेशन कोई नहीं हो सकता। वर्क इज वर्शिप जो बात होती है, मैं समझता हूँ महावीर जयंती पे आपने शुरू किया इस कार्यक्रम को और दिन भर सब लोग रहे होंगे, ये अपने आप में दर्शाता है कि हम सबका सबसे बड़ा धर्म है अपना काम अच्छे तरीके से करना, अच्छी तरीके से अपने लोगों का ध्यान रखना और देश की सेवा करना। और शायद इससे अच्छी मैसेज आप कुछ नहीं दे सकते थे जो आपने कल दिया है। मैं आप सभी को बधाई देना चाहता हूँ। वैसे तो कल हनुमान जयंती भी है और आप सब तो इस देश के एक तरीके से मॉडर्न डे हनुमान्स भी हैं, क्योंकि हनुमान जी संजीवनी बूटी लाए थे लक्ष्मण को बचाने के लिए। आपने तो पूरे विश्व तक अपनी दवाइयां पहुंचाई। कोविड के दौरान शायद 200 देशों तक भारत से बनी हुई दवाइयां लोगों की सेवा करने के लिए विश्व भर में गई। आपने वैक्सीनेशन में कमाल करके दिखाया। भारत चंद उन देशों में है जिसने अपने खुद के वैक्सीन्स डेवलप किए, एक नहीं दो नहीं लेकिन कई सारे वैक्सीन्स डेवलप हुए हैं, आगे चल के और आएंगे। 185 या 186 करोड़ डोजेस वैक्सीनेशन के कोविड-19 के खिलाफ शायद कल तक लग चुके थे। मैं समझता हूँ ये सब एक प्रकार से हमारी शक्ति का भी प्रदर्शन है, हमारी संवेदना का भी प्रदर्शन है। वी आर बोथ a strong pharmaceutical superpower, but we are also a very sensitive nation, a sensitive people, concerned about the people in India, but also concerned about the people of the world. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is not just a mere message from our history or from our tradition or mythology. India and every Indian genuinely believes in Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. And I must compliment all of you. You have carried forward the good work of the ancient times where Charak had contributed to medicines or to the Ayurveda form of medicine, or Shushruta had actually started surgeries once upon a time. He's known as the father of surgery. So I think our current day Hanumans that are sitting before me deserve the highest level of applause for the wonderful work that you have done. In fact, only about a month and a half ago, on the 23rd of February, the Director General of the World Trade Organization, when she was having a discussion with the WTO members on the TRIPS waiver that we had suggested, had said, and I'd like to quote, India is a global pharma powerhouse and the pharma sector has the potential to not only meet demand at home, but also around the world. This recognition is coming across the world for the good work that all of you have done. Certainly a time to celebrate 60 years of the pharma industry. And I believe honoring the stalwarts of this sector is very important to recognize their immense contribution in nation building. IDMA over the years has become the voice of the pharma sector at the national level, has been at the forefront of taking industry issues forward, engaging with government, engaging with international bodies. And we can proudly say that by and large, we are a self-sufficient nation in the manufacture of drugs and pharma products today. आज देश जो आत्मनिर्भर बना है इसमें, और जिसके कारण इतने बड़े संकट के दौरान भी हम सब ने देश की स्थिति ठीक तरीके से चलाई। कठिनाइयां तो थी, पूरे विश्व में कठिनाइयां थी, कई चीज़ों की तकलीफ आई, आज तक कोई इसका इलाज नहीं बना है, ये सब तो वास्तविक स्थिति है। लेकिन इस सब के बावजूद जो आप सब ने काम किया वो वास्तव में सराहनीय है। और मैं समझता हूँ आज हर देशवासी, हमारे फ्रंटलाइन वॉरियर्स की, जिसमें आप भी सम्मिलित हैं, हमारे डॉक्टर्स, हमारे नर्सेज, टेक्नीशियंस, और एक प्रकार से वो सभी लोग जो इस इकोसिस्टम को कोविड के दौरान भी ठीक से चलाए रखे, आपकी कंपनियों में जो जो काम करते हैं, आपके ट्रांसपोर्टर्स, आपके क्या सभी ट्रांसपोर्टर्स जिन्होंने देश भर में अनाज पहुंचाया, और भारत एक ऐसा देश है जिसने विश्व को बताया कि इतनी विपरीत परिस्थितियों में भी कैसे देश में फूड सिक्योरिटी 100% इंश्योर की जाए। कई बार ये विषय उठता है कि हम टैक्स पे करते हैं, टैक्सेस ज़्यादा हैं, टैक्सेस घटाए जाएं। ये रोज सवाल कई फोरम्स पे आता है, लेकिन जब हम टैक्स देते हैं और उसका सदुपयोग होता है, इट इज़ यूज फॉर अ गुड कॉज, तब संतुष्टि होती है, तब चिंता नहीं होती है टैक्स पे करने में। और मेरा मानना है कि आप सबकी बदौलत, और इस रूम में बैठा हर एक व्यक्ति कोई ना कोई तरीके से छोटा बड़ा टैक्स पेयर है, डायरेक्ट टैक्स, इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स, आप सब ने जो इस देश को सपोर्ट किया है इस पूरे कोविड के पीरियड, उसी के कारण आज देश में नेशनल फूड सिक्योरिटी के तहत तो अनाज 80 करोड़ लोगों को मिलता ही था, लेकिन 25 महीने तक 80 करोड़ लोगों को अधिक 5 किलो प्रति महीना पूरी तरीके से मुफ्त शून्य कीमत पर केंद्र सरकार ने जो दिया, 3,40,000 करोड़ से अधिक जो इस काम में लगे, और बिना कोई लीकेज के, 1 रुपए का भ्रष्टाचार नहीं, पूरा टेक्नोलॉजिकली डिजिटली ड्रिवन प्रोग्राम जो इस देश ने चलाया, मैं समझता हूँ हम सबको एक प्रकार से संतुष्टि होनी चाहिए। और पूरे विश्व में जहाँ इतनी समस्याएं हैं, भारत एकमात्र देश है जिसमें किधर कोई फूड राइट्स नहीं हुए, किधर कोई कमी नहीं पड़ी अनाज की, किसी का घर ऐसा नहीं है जो रात को बिना चूल्हा जले खाना परोसे रात को सोया होगा. There has been no case of starvation death throughout the COVID period. In fact, I am told in the Spanish flu, more people died of starvation than the flu itself. These are all reports that one keeps hearing or reading. But truly, it's a symbol of the collective effort of all of us Indians that India has been able to show to the world a better way of organizing itself and its economy. Friends, when we talk of Atmanirbhar Bharat, there are still a few issues where we are dependent on other countries. Government has come up with many schemes like the PLI for APIs, for medical devices. I do hope many of you are taking advantage of that. Again, I'm told there was a time all these APIs were made in India. Over the years, we've gradually let go our strengths in that sector and other countries have taken over their production. It's important that we drive product development, we break new grounds in medical research, and the phenomenal growth that we've seen in the last 10 years should be carried forward also to ensure that we become more and more self-sufficient. Global supply chains are getting very, very difficult to predict. The challenges are getting very, very unimaginably serious. And we can't even predict what challenges will emerge in the future. We're barely thinking that we are coming out of COVID and the world is facing a new challenge. In this situation, it's extremely important that we focus on not only our strength in the generic sector, but also ensure our backward and forward linkages, see what we need to do to have the entire value chain in a strong way in India, support each other. After all, you are all buyers of a product that somebody else makes. And then there's somebody who's a buyer of the products that you make. The true nationalist spirit will be reflected when we also support each other. भाई हमारी दवाई में 2-4 पैसे का खर्च कम ज़्यादा हो और उसके वजह से हम भारत की कंपनियों को ख़त्म कर दें, भारत की कंपनियों को सपोर्ट नहीं करें और विदेश से ही सामान लाते रहें, आखिर आप जब एनालिसिस करोगे तो आपके कॉस्ट ऑफ फाइनल प्रोडक्ट में उसका इम्पैक्ट बहुत छोटा होगा. कभी 2%, 4%, 5% से ज़्यादा इम्पैक्ट नहीं होगा. पर अगर हम वो लालच करें कि भाई नहीं हमारा तो 10 पैसा भी छोड़ेंगे नहीं, विदेश से आता है सामान तो क्या है भाई, वो अपना काम अपना जाने या वो दाम कम करे, विद इन द रेल्म ऑफ पॉसिबिलिटी आप दाम कम कराइए, मुझे उसमें आपत्ति नहीं है. पर हम सब ने एक दूसरे का साथ देना चाहिए, तब जाके इंडस्ट्री लॉन्ग टर्म में सक्सेसफुल है. और इसका एक अच्छा उदाहरण कोरिया है. भारत में विश्व स्तरीय स्टील बनता है, लेकिन कोरिया में, जापान में भारत के स्टील को घुसने नहीं देते. वहां का लोकल स्टील $100 प्रति टन महंगा है. आज तो डेल्टा और बढ़ भी गया होगा, ये मैं बात कर रहा हूं 1-1.5 साल पहले की. $100 टन अधिक देंगे सब लोग, वहां के ऑटो इंडस्ट्री, वहां के इंजीनियरिंग प्रोडक्ट कंपोनेंट्स मैन्युफैक्चरर्स, लेकिन हमारा स्टील को घुसने नहीं देते. जबकि हमारा FTA है, हमारे पास जीरो ड्यूटी एक्सेस है, सब कुछ है. वही स्टील कोरियन और जापानीज कार में इंडिया में जो लगता है उसमें कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकता है, लेकिन वहां पे वो लोग नहीं लेते हैं सस्ता होने के बावजूद. मैं इसलिए ये बात आपको बता रहा हूं कि हर देश अपनी कोर इंडस्ट्री को प्रोटेक्ट करता है और मुझे लगता है कि ये हमारी कोर इंडस्ट्री मेरे सामने बैठी हुई है और हमने भी ये थोड़ा इस पे चिंता करनी चाहिए कि कैसे. आई एम नॉट अपोज टू इम्पोर्ट्स, आई एम नॉट ट्राइंग टू क्लोज इंडियाज डोर्स. हो सकता है कोई चीज़ें ऐसी हो जो विदेश से लाने में देश का हित हो, कुछ चीज़ें ऐसी हो सकती है जहाँ वॉल्यूम इतनी कम है कि भारत में बनाना सही माने में ज़रूरी नहीं है, वायबल भी ना हो, तो वो तो आप अपने बिजनेस के हिसाब से देखेंगे क्या इक्विपमेंट यहाँ मिल सकती है, क्या इक्विपमेंट विदेश से लानी है, वो सब तो इज अ प्रैक्टिकल डे टू डे डिसीजन यू हैव टू टेक. बट एट द मैक्रो लेवल हमने देखा कि वैक्सीन्स की जब बात हुई, हमारे पास टेक्नोलॉजी थी, सब कुछ थी, लेकिन सप्लाई चेन नहीं था. जो इंग्रेडिएंट्स जाते हैं वो नहीं थे. वो तो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जो रिश्ते बनाए और जो विश्व में आज उनकी साख है, उसके कारण हमको सप्लाई चेन मिली. आई एम टोल्ड वी नीडेड सम 150 odd products to go into our vaccine manufacturing. He talked to all the senior leaders of the world and got us access to all those products so that India could produce vaccines in such a big way. And that came because at the time of need, we were standing by these countries and ensuring that there's no shortage in them, in their ecosystem for whatever medicines they required through this period. So the world recognizes goodness, but at the same time, we must also ensure that we plan for the long term to become more and more self-sufficient, and with that, we will be able to go to the world with big confidence, with confidence of a powerful nation, engaging with the world on equal terms for a better future for our industry. We've just seen some phenomenal numbers coming in on exports. 400 and actually figure is now crossed 420 billion. It's truly a remarkable achievement for us, a growth of nearly 43% over last year. Or if we see over the highest ever exports that we have ever had, it's nearly a 28-29% growth from the highest ever, which was in the year 18-19, pre-COVID. So it's truly a phenomenal performer. Your 22, or probably by the time, this is a February figure, but March figure would be closer to 25 billion. The $25 billion of exports that the pharma industry has done. You are the 5th largest contributor in exports. Of course, the pharma sector is also now driving change, innovation, trying to influence new products, influence the behavior of our customers. We are improving in terms of technologies, productivity, quality. And our aim should be to become the healthcare custodian of the world. We should not have small aspirations. We should really have big aspirations. And towards that end, I think our international competitiveness will be very important. It will be important for us to keep abreast of new developments, good manufacturing practices that most of you are known for. We on our part will create the pathways. For example, both UAE and Australia, we have created the pathway for easier approval of your products. And in both these cases, for the first time ever, we've been able to have some game-changing decisions brought into a trade agreement which focuses on non-technical barriers to trade, the NTBs, so that and particularly for the pharma industry. You have actually the amount of time we spent on the pharma annex was disproportionately high compared to the total negotiations of the FTA. But I hope you will use these new pathways to get faster approval and be able to expand your business with these countries. We are also strengthened the IPR regime of India. For the first time in 11 years, our domestic patent filing has been more than international patent filing in India. First time in 11 years. The number of patent applications are now about 4 times what they used to be about 7 or 8 years ago. And new drugs are also getting patented in India. These are all good signs of the times to come. But we should not get complacent with these achievements. It's important that we persevere, we continue to work hard, consider our current achievement only as one step in a tall ladder. We have to actually climb a tall ladder. And achieve much higher benchmarks for our industry. Of course, I don't know whether it's out of place to suggest this, but if we have to become the health capital of the world, we are called the pharmacy of the world, but if we really want to maintain our numero uno position in this, I think at some stage India will have to seriously consider whether we should be a member of PICS or not. And this has been a debate in your industry for very long. It could be a sensitive subject. I hope I'm not touching any raw nerve amongst any of you. But it's time that we started reflecting on where we want to go from here tomorrow. The world is engaging with very high international quality standards. Now we have to decide, do we want to be a third world country or do we want to play on the front foot and become a developed nation in the next 25 years, the Amrit Kal that we are entering into after celebrating 75 years of independence. And the industry will have to actually support each other. I know there are thousands of small units who are very concerned that PICS will mean so much more effort, possibly some more investment, possibly some more effort. But imagine, are we going to keep these thousands of small units permanently small? Not give them an opportunity to engage with the best in the world? Is this unfair competition where you have very high quality products also available in India, but not able to supply to the world or engage with the world because we are not yet recognized as a quality manufacturer of the pharma products at the macro level? And for that, I think we'll have to have a dialogue, work towards a more transformative agenda for the country. And that can only happen if the large pharma companies, I'm told we have 750 companies who have one form or the other got US FDA approvals or other approvals from the developed world. Can these 750 companies not handhold all the other small companies, help them create the ecosystem to become quality manufacturers of good products, having good manufacturing practices, help them in different ways? Maybe the association needs to consider creating a fund through voluntary or through some defined contribution from the 750 GMP companies and see how in a defined time frame we can ensure that the entire pharma industry in India necessarily works with good manufacturing practices. It will make the entire ecosystem will rise, will become better. Therefore, competition will not be harmed. Probably government procurement of medicines will also become better quality. There will be a level playing field between all companies, all focused on good manufacturing practices. It will bring down our costs of production in the long run. And a little short-term pain, but for a long-term gain, is always the right way to go. And I would urge all of you to seriously consider how we can have some pathway, some roadmap to achieving this. It's not an easy task, but certainly not impossible. It's very much doable. It's in the realm of being achieved in the reasonably near future. If all of us work together, if all of us take it upon ourselves that this is our individual and our collective responsibility to achieve, if all of us accept this not only as a challenge, but as a commitment, then as they say, when you want something very, very deeply, when you are very desirous of something with all your heart, with all your passion, when you are committed to something, then the entire universe conspires to make that happen. And my sense is that this is a good opportunity, the 60th Diamond Jubilee celebration of the IDMA, It's an outstanding occasion to make some very, very important resolves for the future. And I would urge you in the course of the rest of your conference through the day today, please do give it your best consideration. Let's think big. Let's aim big. Let's be aspirational in our goals, because not only the country, not only your countrymen, but the world is looking up to you. Let's not let down the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. That was very inspiring. We will now request our President, Dr. Viranchi Shah, to conduct the fireside chat.
So, thank you, Minister, for a wonderful talk. Sir, we have been having dose of positivity since morning. We had Mr. Chandra from Tata and then Swami Gyanotsalji. But the kind of positivity that you have infused in all of us is really great, sir, comparing us with the Hanumans and taking medicine all over the world. Sir, in this context, since we have a paucity of time, sir, when the entire world in the last 2 years was in disruption and everybody was talking of defending their country, and it was more of a saving step in how to save their economies and these healthcare sector. India suddenly went up and brought a 43% rise in their exports, touching 400 billion in merchandise exports. Sir, I'm very sure it must be a very challenging journey for you. We have seen you on VCs engaging with the industries, and you have so many industries to take care of. Can you please throw some light on how this journey was?
Well, I think it was a bottom-up approach. The entire process was focused on setting ambitious goals and then working with the stakeholders to achieve those goals. Those ambitious goals were not defined by the government. It was not a bottom-down approach कि हमने बोल दिया 400 बिलियन करना है और आप सबके ऊपर डंडा लगा दिया या आपसे बाद में आपका टारगेट दिया. बाय द वे, इधर से मैं निकल के अगली मीटिंग्स जो जा रहा हूँ और अभी शाम तक मेरी वहाँ मीटिंग्स चलेंगी, वो यही प्रोसेस को अगले स्टेप तक लेके जाने के लिए, इस साल के टारगेट्स के लिए आज सभी एक्सपोर्ट प्रमोशन काउंसिल्स को एक के बाद एक हम मिल रहे हैं, शायद स्टार सारे तो ग्रैंड हायट में, और उनसे पूछ रहे हैं कि इस साल आप लोग क्या करेंगे, उसके लिए सरकार की क्या मदद चाहिए, कहाँ कहाँ कठिनाई आती है. उसी चर्चाओं में से निकला कि इंपोर्ट ड्यूटी कॉटन पे तकलीफ दे रही है, तो कल वो भी हटा दिया गया परसों. तो ये सबका संयुक्त प्रयास हो. इससे मैंने अभी भी जो बात रखी, मैंने कहा हम आपको बोल दे भाई आप सब क्वालिटी स्टैंडर्ड सुधार करो, उससे कुछ नहीं होना है, आपको तय करना पड़ेगा. ऐसे ही एक्सपोर्ट टारगेट 400 का हमने नहीं तय किया. जो वीसीज आप बोल रहे हैं उस पर हम कितनी बार यही बातें करते थे कि आप लोग बताइए आप क्या कर सकते हैं और हमें पूछिए हम आपको कैसे हेल्प कर सकते हैं. तो वो सबको साथ में जोड़ते हुए within the constraints of available resources with the government. नहीं तो आप सीधा बोलोगे कि 10% हर एक एक्सपोर्ट पे इंसेंटिव दे दो तो बात खत्म हो गई, हम 400 नहीं 700 बिलियन कर देंगे. तो ये सबके संयुक्त प्रयास से हुआ. My compliments to all of you and those of you who are exporting particularly. और मैं समझता हूँ कि आगे भी ये सिलसिला ऐसे ही बढ़ते जाएगा अगर हम ये स्टेक होल्डर्स के साथ मिल के इन चीज़ों को करें, रेगुलरली मॉनिटरिंग करें. ये सिंपल मैनेजमेंट के फिलॉसफीज़ हैं जो पहले आप लोग अपने बिजनेस में सिर्फ लगाते थे. मोदी जी ने हम सबको काम पे लगाया कि यही फिलॉसफीज़ आप बिजनेस में तो चलते थे, अब सरकार में भी यही फिलॉसफीज़ यूज़ होगी. वी आर यूजिंग द एलिमेंट्री फिलॉसफी ऑफ मॉनिटरिंग, होल्डिंग पीपल रिस्पॉन्सिबल, hand holding, making sure there is ease of doing business, ensuring compliance burden reduces, engaging with the developed world through new FTAs. So effort is that we mutually support each other. The sky is the limit. And we should reach that $1 trillion of merchandise export. and $1 trillion of service export. तो $2 trillion भारत का अंतर्राष्ट्रीय निर्यात होना चाहिए by 2030. ये मेरी पर्सनल इच्छा है, मेरी पर्सनल एम्बिशन है, और मुझे लगता है आप सबके आशीर्वाद से ये देश जरूर कर पाएगा.
सर थैंक यू मिनिस्टर सर. सर आपने अभी जो FTA साइन किए, especially UAE और ऑस्ट्रेलिया, आई थिंक दे वर लैंडमार्क सक्सेस फॉर इंडिया. और इनमें स्पेसिफिकली UAE में हमें पूरा एनेक्शर मिला है विच इज़ फोकस्ड ऑन फार्मा. सर अगेन आई वुड लाइक टू नो व्हाट वर द चैलेंजेस एंड हाउ डू यू डू इट, और इससे इसको हम आगे कैसे ले जाएंगे?
We have had both these FTAs were finalized in very short periods of time. UAE about 88 days, Australia technically 6 months, even though the first 3 months Omicron came, then there was Christmas and New Year. 4th of January we really got down to serious negotiations, and so probably that also happened in probably less than 88 days. But the fact of the matter is that pharma, as I said earlier, was a very focus area for access. And somehow in the past FTAs, and these two FTAs are both with developed nations after more than 10-12 years of no FTAs. And we've taken care to ensure that we have extensive stakeholder consultation. Nothing has been decided by government without talking to you. But of course, FTAs is not a one-way traffic. You have to open your market, then only they will open their market. It's a two-way traffic. But sensitive sectors, areas, we have still been cautious in opening up. Both these countries' leaders have very high regard for Prime Minister Modi. So there it was a top-down direction to both teams that you have to find solutions, not problems. So both these countries' ministers and their teams also had directions from Prime Minister Morrison or His Highness the Crown Prince that we have committed to Prime Minister Modi, हमको करना है FTA, अब आप लोग रास्ते निकालो. तो आसान हो जाता है उसके बाद जब ऊपर से बड़ा अच्छा मैसेज आ जाए. और UAE में तो आपको सीधा अगर आपका US, कनाडा, यूरोपियन यूनियन, UK, जापान या ऑस्ट्रेलिया, इन किधर भी आपका कोई प्रोडक्ट या आपकी फैक्ट्री अप्रूव्ड हो, तो UAE में आपको वो अप्रूवल दिखाना है, एंड इमीडिएटली यू विल गेट एक्सेस टू द एंटायर मार्केट.
सो वंडरफुल. अच्छा,
ऑस्ट्रेलिया में भी हमने एनेक्स किया है. वहाँ पे इतना लिबरल रेजिम तैयार नहीं थे. ऑस्ट्रेलियन रेगुलेटर आई एम टोल्ड इज वेरी टफ, एंड वहाँ पे हमारे ज़्यादा दवाइयाँ जाती भी नहीं है. 300 मिलियन या कितने की जाती है. लोग आलसी हैं, हमें भी थोड़ा आलस कम करना पड़ेगा भाई. हम वो इतना लंबा प्रोसेस था तो करते नहीं थे, पर अब उन्होंने माना है कि EU और कनाडा में अगर कोई आपके पास अप्रूवल हो, क्योंकि वहाँ उनका कंपैटिबिलिटी एग्रीमेंट या कुछ है, EU और कनाडा में आपका प्रोडक्ट या आपकी फैक्ट्री अप्रूव्ड हो तो वो लोग एक्सेप्ट करेंगे, एंड आपको पूरा रीसबमिट या नया डेटा नहीं क्रिएट करना पड़ेगा. और इसके लिए भी आपकी टीम गई थी. इस सोमानी का जूनियर, सोमानी तभी शायद कोविड से हटा था या बीमार था, तो इनका जूनियर रेड्डी है कोई, डॉक्टर रेड्डी गए, आपके फार्मेक्सिल के लोग गए, दिनेश दुआ वगैरह, कुछ फार्मा कंपनीज गई हमारे अधिकारियों के साथ, हफ्ता भर वहाँ बैठी और उनको कन्विंस किया भारत की क्षमता और आप सबकी क्षमता के बारे में. तो ये दोनों देश में अब आपको सरलता से एक्सेस मिलेगा. मेहरबानी करके अब बड़े रूप में वहाँ छा जाइए.
सर माननीय मोदी जी ने एक 5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी का एक गोल रखा है 2025-26 के लिए. फार्मा इंडस्ट्री भी वी आर हैविंग एन एस्पिरेशन टू रीच 130 बिलियन बाय 2030. तो ये सारे इन द स्कीम ऑफ दीज थिंग्स, व्हाट आर योर एक्सपेक्टेशंस एंड हाउ वुड यू गाइड द फार्मा इंडस्ट्री टू पार्टिसिपेट?
बड़े सिंपल एक्सपेक्टेशन है. बी अब्रेस्ट विद टेक्नोलॉजी, इनोवेशन के ऊपर ध्यान दीजिए. जिस देश ने R&D या इनोवेशन पे फोकस नहीं किया वो पिछड़ जाता है. सेकंड, क्वालिटी एंड क्वालिटी. आवर टोटल फोकस शुड बी ऑन क्वालिटी. सेकंड ग्रेड को जरा भी हम कोई चीज़ में, चाहे हमारे बाथरूम की क्लीनलीनेस हो, हमारे वर्कर्स की एफिशिएंसी हो, उनका ट्रेनिंग हो, स्किल हो, या फैक्ट्री में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग प्रैक्टिसेस, इक्विपमेंट हो, या मार्केटिंग प्रैक्टिसेस हो, हर पूरी वैल्यू चेन में अगर हमने क्वालिटी पे फोकस किया तो दुनिया की कोई ताकत हमको तकलीफ नहीं दे सकती. और लास्टली, वर्क विद द वर्ल्ड मार्केट्स. भारत की मार्केट्स की अपनी एक लिमिटेशन है. आप लोग अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, पर हमने अभी आउटवर्ड देखना चाहिए और बड़ी छलांग लगानी चाहिए इंटरनेशनल एंगेजमेंट. आप देख लीजिए जो डेवलप्ड वर्ल्ड है आज, जो देशों ने तेज गति से प्रगति डेवलप किया है, they have all done it on the back of exports, on the back of international engagement. You can study any nation in the world. Any nation which has closed its doors to international engagement has remained backward only. We have to work in the world as our theater. So between ensuring that you do focus on innovation, you guarantee quality and do international engagement, you don't need anything else as pharma industry. If each industry was to focus on these three mantras, I think 5 trillion will be a $50 trillion economy by the time the Amrit Kal is over.
वंडरफुल सर. सर, फार्मा इंडस्ट्री की एक डिमांड रही है, आपके पास भी है, कि एक जो रेमिशन ऑफ टैक्सीज है, और एक एरिया जो ये रहा है हमारा कांस्टेंट आपको रिक्वेस्ट रहा है कि सो आई मीन आई जस्ट वांट टू नो व्हाट इज योर व्यू एंड हाउ कैन वी टेक दिस फॉरवर्ड.
अभी गाड़ी में छोड़ने आओगे तो उस पर मैंने नोट अभी एक करेक्ट किया है, एडिट किया है. वी आर वर्किंग. लास्ट ईयर तो आप जानते हैं कोविड की महामारी के कारण रिसोर्स कंस्ट्रेंट था, तो हमारे पास रॉड टेप की एक सीमा थी, बजटरी कंस्ट्रेंट था. मेरे सामने दो पर्याय थे कि या तो मैं सभी का रॉड टेप काट दूं, पर उसमें एग्रीकल्चरल प्रोडक्ट्स, हैंडीक्राफ्ट्स, हैंडलूम जो हाईली लेबर इंटेंसिव और जहाँ पे बहुत ही तकलीफ का पीरियड गुजरा था कोविड में, उनका भी कटता, उससे एक्सपोर्ट कंपेटिटिवनेस खराब होती. तो हमने कोशिश की कि 2-3 सेक्टर्स पे ही, और मुझे लगता है शायद आयरन एंड स्टील, फार्मा और केमिकल, 3 प्रोडक्ट्स को फिर बाहर रखने का निर्णय सोच समझ के लिया, सबका सलाह मशुरा करके लिया. लॉजिक ये था, आयरन एंड स्टील तो आप जानते ही हैं, दे आर बूमिंग. फार्मा इंडस्ट्री को कोविड में इनफैक्ट बिजनेस कम होने के बदले बिजनेस बढ़ा ही था, तो उनके पास एक सहूलियत थी, बाकी तो कई इंडस्ट्रीज को तकलीफ आई थी. और केमिकल का मैंने देखा कि उनका वैल्यू ऐड के सामने जो प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी ओवरऑल मैंने स्टडी करी, उसके हिसाब से इट वाज अ कंसिडर्ड डिसीजन. उसमें कुछ कम ज़्यादा हो सकता है, किसको ज़्यादा नुकसान, किसको तकलीफ आई हो तो मैं क्षमा प्रार्थी हूँ, पर मेरे पास कोई पर्याय नहीं था. मेरे पास एक लिमिटेड बजट के अंदर पूरी रॉड टेप स्कीम इम्प्लीमेंट करने का कॉन्टूर्स थे, लिमिटेशन थे. वी आर ट्राइंग टू गेट हायर बजटरी एलोकेशन. अगर वो मिल जाएगा तो फिर हम फार्मा के लिए भी शुरू करेंगे.
सर, कुछ गुड न्यूज़ एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं?
कोशिश हमारी तो चालू है, आप लोग भी कोशिश करिए.
सर, वन लास्ट क्वेश्चन. आपने इनोवेशन पे काफ़ी स्ट्रेस दिया और पीक्स पे स्ट्रेस दिया. बोथ दिस थिंग्स रिक्वायर हैंड होल्डिंग because we have a large number of small and medium enterprises. तो आप इसके विषय में what can we do? What do you expect from the industry and what things the government can do to help the industry go forward?
We are ready to do whatever it takes to make this happen. मैं चाहूँगा कि आईडीए में लीड ले. आपके जितने फार्मा के एक्सपोर्ट काउंसिल्स है, फार्मेक्सेल वगैरह, उन सबको भी इन्वॉल्व करें. आई एम श्योर आपकी इंडस्ट्री के भी 20-25-50 एसोसिएशन होंगे. आज तक कोई इंडस्ट्री नहीं है जिसके 50 से कम एसोसिएशन है. फिर CII और ये सबको भी इन्वॉल्व करें. और आपके यू हैव सो मेनी टॉल लीडर्स, सो मेनी लार्ज कंपनीज. दिलीप भाई कल थे, आप बता रहे थे, अभी सुधीर भाई को पकड़ो, पंकज भाई को पकड़ो. पंकज भाई थे, अभी सब भाई लोगों को बोलो कि अभी कुछ मुन्ना भाई की तरह दादागिरी करे और इस पूरी इंडस्ट्री को साथ में ले. और मुझे लगता है आप लोगों ने, जो लोग ऑलरेडी GMP प्रोडक्ट्स बनाते हैं, देखिए आपका ही फायदा है. आप ये समझ लीजिए, आपको नुकसान हो रहा है कि बैड क्वालिटी मेडिसिन भी भारत में बनती हैं, जिसके कारण हम ना पिक्स के मेंबर बन पा रहे हैं, जिसके कारण हमारी दवाइयों को संदेह से देखा जाता है, डाउट से देखा जाता है, जिसके कारण भारत में 2 क्वालिटी की दवाइयाँ बिकती हैं. GMP फैक्ट्री की शायद दवाई थोड़ी महंगी हो सकती है, तो आपको compete करना पड़ रहा है विद अ बैड मैन्युफैक्चरर. कल को कोई एक्सीडेंट हो जाए, इन द सेंस कोई किसकी तबीयत खराब, मतलब बिगड़ जाए, किसको कोई हेल्थ कंसर्न हो जाए, उसमें भी आपका ही नाम खराब होगा. तो ये आपके ही हित की बात कर रहा हूँ कि आप हैंड होल्ड करके उनको भी साथ में GMP में लाइए. और उसमें सरकार से आपको क्या चाहिए वो ज़रूर आइए. मनसुख भाई जितना संवेदनशील मंत्री आपको मिल ही नहीं सकता है. प्रैक्टिकल है, व्यवहारिक है, बहुत चिंता करते हैं आप सबकी, और इतना सॉफ्ट स्पोकन, I don't think you could have asked for a better pharma minister than Dr. Mansukh Bhai Mandavia. तो आज मौका है, मैं भी मनसुख भाई से बात करने वाला हूँ, हम एक छोटी टीम मंत्रियों की भी बनाएंगे और फिर आप लोग बताइए जैसा आपको जो हेल्प चाहिए सरकार से, I promise you we will make sure you will get it.
Thank you so much, Minister. We understand your paucity of time, but thank you so much for coming here. Sir, we'll like to present you a memento.
Thank you very much, sir, for the inspiring talk. Sir, if you can just remain on the stage for 2 minutes. I'll request Madhusudan Bhai to please come on the DS, join Mehul Bhai and our President to please present a memento to Honorable Honorable Commerce Minister. Please.
I don't accept mementos. I'm going to accept this and leave it at your office, the IDMA office, जिससे आपको याद दिलाते रहे कि मैंने जो 3 मंत्र दिए हैं उसको फुलफिल करना है. जिस दिन पिक्स की मेंबरशिप देश की हो जाएगी, उस दिन मैं आपके कार्यक्रम में वापस आऊंगा.
Sir, we would request you to be with us for some more time. Piyush Bhai, we want you to give away some patent awards, which is very dear to you. Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay. So, sir, these are known as the Idma Margi Patel Choksi Best Patent Awards, and we are giving it to the best patents in APIs and formulations. Yeah. So can you, the first award goes to MCure Pharmaceuticals, Best International Patent Award 2019-2021, and Mr. Chetan Gupta, the Senior Vice President, will collect the award. Mr. Chetan Gupta. No, we want only one person on the DS, please. Thank you. Apex Laboratories, Mr. M. Radhakrishnan, please come up quickly. Fermenta Biotech, Best Biotech API Award, Shrikant Sharma will pick up the award. Fermenta Biotech, are you ready? Please. Next is Honor Lab. Mr. Subhash Chandra Reddy, Indoco Remedies, Dr. Kavita Inamdar will pick up the award. iMedrix System Private Limited, Halewood Laboratories, RPG Life Sciences, and Avik Pharmaceuticals. Avik Pharmaceutical, Neha, please come up. Hurry up. That's all. Quick. So thank you very much, sir. Grateful to you for your time. Yeah, yeah, okay. Batu, finish. Kono. नहीं बस. Right, thank you very much, sir. Thank you for being with us. Start, Biju. So now no. But no tea coffee break. Correct? Yeah, okay. So, friends, we need your support. There won't be any tea break. We'll continue with the next very interesting session, R&D, Innovation in India in Pursuit of R&D Excellence. And I'll request Dr. George Patani to please come up and introduce the lovely lineup of speakers, Dr. Praveen Iyer, Dr. Premnath, and Dr. Dhananjay Bakle. So over to you, George.
So without wasting much time, I'm going to start introducing our next speaker. I request Dr. Praveen Iyer to come up. I request you all to settle down. So Dr. Praveen Iyer is responsible for the new chemical entity discovery portfolio at Glenmark Pharmaceuticals. He is the R&D site head at Navi Mumbai, and he leads a team of scientists from diverse yet complementary disciplines of drug discovery such as medicinal chemistry, biology, pharmacology, drug metabolism, pharmacokinetics, and toxicology. His group is focused on transforming the way we think and treat cancer and inflammation. Dr. Iyer did his bachelor's from Mumbai University and his PhD in organic chemistry from Duquesne University, USA. He then trained at the University of Pittsburgh. He began his career as a bench chemist in California with the Swiss pharma Roche, and he has held various positions in organizations across geographies like AstraZeneca and Zydus Cadila. He has significantly shaped several small molecule discovery programs and developed multiple clinical candidates in therapeutic areas of CNS, inflammation, and oncology. So I request you all to settle down immediately, and we will go on. We are trying to complete our program still on time, and I think we can do it with your support. So thank you so much, Dr. Iyer.
May I request all of you to please settle down? All on my right or on my left there, please settle down. Thank you so much. Please settle down. Kamlesh bhai, please settle down. Let there be some discipline. Thank you very much. Over to you, sir.
So good afternoon, everybody. It is my pleasure to be here. So I would like to start off by thanking IDMA for the invitation to come here and talk. And coincidentally, I need to thank IDMA because my very first publication was actually in Indian drugs in the year 1993. So thank you, IDMA, for that. So as George kindly introduced me, I am the head of research for Glenmark Pharmaceuticals. And today what I'm going to talk about is innovation in India. I mean, that's one of the key themes for this meeting. Without further ado, so what I'm going to try to walk us through would be a little bit of science, right, and how we actually invent new drugs. I hope it'll be interesting. I'll try to take all of you along with us, right? So what you see on the screen here is actually the old-fashioned way of doing drug discovery, so to speak, in the 1950s and 60s. A lot of it was random, a lot of it was serendipitous, and you did come out with quite a few drugs, but essentially it was a hit or a miss. As we had more and more science coming in, molecular biology developing, and some advances being made in chemistry and biology, we had a lot more systematic way of doing things. And we had understanding of the proteins, the crystals, the chemistry, and then we had a lot more process. But what we got out of that was a lot more nuanced and well-thought drug candidates, right? And then, of course, I just put this up. I won't be talking too much about it. But once we have established the safety and the efficacy of any drug molecule that we invent, then we put it into human clinical trials. So you all must have heard about phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 clinical trials, and that's what, with an increasing patient population, that's what we have over here. So let me quickly give a primer, because what I understand is that we have a mixed audience here, and before I can talk a little bit about innovation in India, you need to know what is the complexity of innovation, right? And here I have used a very simple analogy of a lock and key metaphor. What you have is the lock, which is the biological protein in your body. You need to invent the key. Now the complexity, and I'll let you read what's on the screen, but the complexity is you do not know exactly how the lock looks like. You do not know how to make the key, which is why you need such a huge amount of effort, such a huge amount of thinking to come up with this, right? So what is involved in drug discovery? What is involved in innovation? When we talk about innovation, everybody talks about innovation, right? It's not a very simple thing. However, you do need a lot of people to come together. So a common saying is it takes a village to raise a child. It also does that to get a drug out in the market, right? The disciplines I have put over there are all individual disciplines. People do doctorates, years of training, and they come up with a drug. Now, I know I'm standing at the IDMA, and we have a lot of drug manufacturers here, and India still lags behind in terms of innovation compared to the global market. And one of the reasons is that we have a very huge failure rate, right? Not only in India, but all over the world. And the reason we have that is we need to fully understand what is the right target, what is the right tissue, as in which body part, within the body part, which particular tissue do you want to target? What is the right safety? So if I put a new drug in the body, what is going to happen, right? What should I watch out for? You all know the horror stories of new drugs gone wrong. What is the right patient? We are all unique. It won't work in every single one of us, especially true in cancer. One disease named cancer, but many diseases within that, right? And then the right commercial potential. I think we cannot ignore this. Everybody wants to make money out of it, right? You want to make sure that it actually works so that you can get the funding to fund that particular research. Okay, so what I will now touch upon is some India-based discovery. So I have, like George introduced me, I've done some research out of India too, but then ever since coming back to India, I thought I'll highlight a couple of case studies which will talk about the fact that we can do innovation in India. And these examples which I'm about to share actually have gone to the clinic. So that is a huge step up from simply being in the research labs. So the first case study is from my work at AstraZeneca in Bangalore. We used to have a site in AstraZeneca which was subsequently shut down. But we used to work on neglected diseases. So the first project I'm talking about is the TB Alliance collaboration, where we wanted to come up with a molecule for tuberculosis. You know that tuberculosis, you do have some drugs, but it's still largely untreatable. The work which we did in Bangalore in AstraZeneca, that actually worked very well. And we were able to invent a TB drug, and that has passed all of our safety and efficacy profiles and gone into not only phase 1, but also phase 2 clinical trial. The other case study I'm going to talk about is actually the discovery of a malaria candidate. Again, malaria It's a drug, it's a disease for which you do have drugs, but the drugs are starting to become inefficacious because the parasite is mutating, right? You have different forms of the parasites coming and the existing drugs do not work. It kills a lot of people in India, in Africa, in all of the developing nations where you have mosquitoes, essentially, right? So this is some work which we did in AstraZeneca again. We published this in a prestigious journal called Nature Communications. And essentially what we were trying to do is we were trying to invent a drug for the really, really poor population. People, say, for example, in Africa or India, who have to walk miles to get to the closest doctor, right? Who might be pregnant, for all that we know. So we wanted it to be safe. We wanted it to last for a really long time. So you take it once and you're done, right? That was the whole idea. We actually managed to do that. And we invented MMV 253, which has a predicted half-life of 36 hours, which is a long time, right? That's more than a day and a half in humans. And it's a single-dose cure for malaria. After that, that molecule went on, after the invention of this particular molecule, it went on, it got partnered with Zydus Cadila, which went on to develop it. It's now, what I understand, it's cleared phase 1, and it's doing very well in the clinical trial. So this is on its way to becoming a drug. So again, one more India-based success story. Okay, now I'm going to switch gears a little bit, and I'm going to talk about Glenmark, because I am from Glenmark right now, and what is the work we do over there. And I'll conclude my speech with the final case study of my presentation. So Glenmark has been at the forefront of innovation and drug discovery for a really long time, more than 2 decades now. And if you know a little bit about Glenmark, it has got an international footprint in India, Europe, US, and so on. This is where I work in Navi Mumbai. This is the NCE Research Center of Glenmark in Navi Mumbai. And it's actually a rather well-equipped facility. We have a lot of infrastructure and abilities to carry on advanced R&D. All right, so now I'll switch and maybe change pace a little bit and talk a little bit about science. Just a little bit, don't zoom out. You do have tea after this, right? I'll talk about something which everybody can relate to, and cancer. So we all know somebody, right? Or we know of somebody who has had the disease. We have heard about it. It takes a lot of print. It takes a lot of effort, and it gives a lot of suffering to humanity. So the reason I'm starting off with this one is that the next part of my talk, the case study, is actually the invention of a cancer drug. So I have put up cartoons over there which will make it easy for anybody and everybody to understand it. You can see that there are good cells and then there are cancer cells. You can think of cancer cells like weeds which are sitting, and then disturbing the good cells, right? Everybody knows about the common therapies for cancer. You have surgery, radiation, chemotherapy, hormone therapy. Also the ones in bold, targeted therapy and immunotherapy. We also have fancier ones, but the fancier you get, the more expensive it gets, right? So these are the different approaches to cancer. So surgery that I mentioned, chemotherapy, wherein you are essentially taking a weed killer, right? Essentially in chemotherapy, you're taking a poison and putting it into the body and then hoping that it'll kill the cancer cells, but it kills the good cells along with the bad cells, right? Same to do with the radiation. Targeted therapy is a lot more new, a lot more advanced science, wherein you are trying to kill only the cancer cell. And then immunotherapy. So today I'll talk a little bit about immunotherapy. So immunotherapy actually does not kill the cancer cell. What it does is actually it stimulates your own immune system to go and kill the cancer cell. This is how immunotherapeutics work. You have IO, which is short for immuno-oncology, right? So you have immuno-oncology drugs, which will activate your immune cell. Your immune cell will then go and attack the cancer cell. What that essentially means is that you will not have a carpet bombing. You will not have indiscriminate killing of good cell. You will actually use the body's defense to kill the cancer. So I'll not go into too much detail because it's a little bit more advanced. So I'll skip this one, but I'll talk about immunotherapy versus chemotherapy because everybody's heard of chemo, right? What is immunotherapy and chemo? So traditional treatments, you can see over there, they essentially kill the cancer cell, but you look at the bottom, you look at the little meter that you see, the side effects are huge. You see the one at the bottom? I can't use the pointer, sorry. But you see the one at the bottom, and the post-treatment protection is very low because it actually kills your own defenses. On the other hand, cancer immunotherapies, your side effects are much lower. After treatment, you have a lot more protection against recurrence of the cancer. So immunotherapy is actually very powerful. It's very specific, universal, and it's got a memory. So it actually, your body remembers the immunotherapy so that when the cancer comes back, it'll go back and attack it. So here what we talk about is a little bit more mechanics of it, but essentially the reason cancer is so, you can read it, but I'll just talk about it. The reason cancer is so much more difficult to treat is because a little bit of the cancer cells tend to escape from where you are, and then they grow back, right? Because it is able to evade the immune system of the body. So these are some of the immunotherapy treatments today. This is cutting edge science, right? This is something which we all, will get exposed at some point, right? Either from the news articles or from people we know. Essentially monoclonal antibodies, these are biologics. We have checkpoint inhibitors, again, a lot of them are biologics. We have cytokines, again, and then therapeutic cancer vaccines. You must have heard that people are developing vaccines like the way you have a COVID vaccine, you have a cancer vaccine. So what is it that immuno-oncology drugs do? So essentially, bear with me here for a moment, but essentially what you see in block A on the left-hand side is actually an activated T cell that improves and gets the body's response so high up that whatever is exhausted by the cancer, that gets rejuvenated, and essentially you have treatment for the cancer. So today, this is one of the I hope impactful slides that you see over here. You can see that there is a combination treatment. Everywhere you look in oncology, you have combination treatments, simply because one treatment is not good enough, not effective enough. But what is really interesting is on the right-hand side, that is the survival graph of patients with cancer. Now, the blue line at the bottom is your chemotherapy. You can see that the left-hand side, the y-axis is the surviving patient population, higher the better, and down is the number of years. You can see that chemo, you don't have a very good success rate, and then you keep going to first generation, second generation immunotherapy, and then you look at the combination graph. The combination is the top orange graph. You see the patient survival is much, much bigger. So that's the power of it. If you are able to extend patient life, that is a huge benefit from immunotherapy. All right, so this is actually brand new. We have announced this particular thing in the last week, and I will talk about what we have invented at Glenmark. This is HPK1. This is actually a first-in-class, super hot immuno-oncology target. It does what I said before. It essentially goes in and activates the T cell, which is your soldier cell in your body, and the soldier cell goes in and takes care of the cancer. The ability of an HPK1 inhibitor is that it can be combined with a whole bunch of other immuno-oncology agents, chemotherapies, targeted therapies, and so on. Here's the press release, which we had earlier this week. We have actually invented a drug which has now received approval for phase 1 clinical trials. We are planning to do the clinical trials in India. It's invented in our very own Navi Mumbai facility, right? And the team of scientists that, form part of my group. So, thank you. So actually that brings me, almost to the end of my presentation. I'll leave you with a few thoughts because, India is always reluctant a little bit to invest in drug discovery. What do we need? You need time, you need good minds, you need money, right? It's a high-stakes marathon. It's not like developing an app that'll be ready tomorrow, right? You should have a good, well-weighted portfolio. you need to mitigate risks, and then you need to have a long-term commitment. And so I would like to end my talk today by giving thanks to all of my colleagues, present and past. I would also like to thank my family, without whose support I would not be here today. Sejal, who is my wife, she was always confident in me. My mother, who has actually coached me throughout my childhood to build the foundation to get me to where I am. And to Anusha, who makes it all worthwhile. So thank you. I'll be happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Iyer. I really appreciate what you've done. You took us right from the basics of, cancer chemotherapy, and then finally gave us a little glimpse of what you're actually doing at Glenmark. I'm very sorry that, we have given you only 15 minutes, but this was exactly our objective, to show and prove what NC research is going on in India, and we are thankful to you for sharing this with us. I'd now like to introduce our next speaker. We'll give it together. We will be giving the mementos at the end as we think. So, Dr. Iyer, please wait. I now call upon Dr. Premnath. Dr. Premnath is the head of NCL Innovations at CSIR National Chemical Laboratory and founder director of the Venture Center. Dr. Premnath is a technology developer, innovation and incubation manager, startup mentor, and co-founder of 2 medical technology startups. One of his inventions, a breakthrough material for hip and knee joint replacements, has been implanted in more than 1 million patients worldwide. Another technology for porous maxillofacial implants has been implanted in over 1,000 patients. He has provided leadership for teams that have won national awards for technology development, intellectual property management, and business incubation. He is a chemical engineer and an alumnus of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in the US, and he is the distinguished alumnus 2022 of IIT Bombay. I now request Dr. Premnath to take us through some of the innovations at NCL. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for inviting me. I'll dive right into the topic. Can you get my slides up? Yeah. Okay. First of all, let me try and just share a few insights and maybe add some positivity, the theme of today's earlier sessions. I'm going to tell you a little bit about the startup world and innovation as it happens. So it will not be too much of deep science, so don't worry about it. Let's see how this goes as well. I'm part of the Venture Center, which is an independent, not-for-profit incubator. Today, India's largest science business incubator. And I'm not going to talk too much about it, but you'll get few glimpses of some startups from that space as well. NCL Innovations is a department of NCL, which is focusing on taking things and finding routes to market, essentially. Okay. Okay. Let's start by understanding a little bit about innovation and deep tech startups first. A few pointers, and then I'll move on. I'm aware that we are short of time, so I'll try and race a little bit. First of all, let's just understand what innovation is. When in common discussions, we tend to just think about just that it's a new idea and that's about it. But this is a formal definition by an economist called Schumpeter, who talks about how innovation is the market introduction of a technical or organizational novelty, not just its invention. And that has a couple of very important points out here. One, which is the term market introduction, and the second, novelty. So market introduction is equally important. Just coming up with an idea in the lab is not adequate. A good example of a technical novelty, for example, in recent times is the mRNA vaccine, which say BioNTech and Moderna came up with. And of course, an example of a organizational novelty is Uber, for example, or perhaps PharmEasy and all of that you will hear about as well, or you've heard about already. But this is a long journey, and there's a lot of effort that goes behind it. We hear a lot about penicillin, for example, and the discovery of penicillin. But very often we forget that there's a big backstory to it, and a lot of other people contributing to it as well. And of course, in this case of penicillin, many of the other contributors, including Florey, Heatley, and Chain, all got recognized in some form or the other. A couple of them were winning the Nobel Prize as well. But it takes time, it takes efforts, and it's a team effort. And as the previous speaker said, it is a marathon. It is not a sprint, and very rarely it is, right? But there are a few key elements of startups. But the startups are a class of SMEs, okay? But they're a special class of SMEs. They should not be confused with every other SME, because there is an element of foresight in what they do. There's an opportunity in the future that they are looking at. And that is something which we should not forget, because it has a different curve, a growth curve, when you think about a startup. Innovation is at the heart of it, because it's the future. You have not really solved the future yet. There's a lot of uncertainty, and that uncertainty means that you have to come up with innovations. And those innovations are technical or organizational in nature. So that is a very central element of startups. And there's another very important element which big companies, medium companies need to understand as well, which is that the opportunity usually appears very small in the beginning. At that time, many of us who probably are just looking at our balance sheet and profit and loss accounts think that it's not going to make a dent to your business, right? But the difference in startups is that if it succeeds, it's going to make a very big difference, and it's actually going to upset the cart, right? And that is the faith that an entrepreneur brings to the table. That is the faith in the future opportunity that an entrepreneur brings. It can be, even big companies being entrepreneurial, but at the heart of an entrepreneur's mindset is this opportunity that they're looking at in the future. This is also one of the reasons why big companies very often ignore innovation at their own peril, because it doesn't make a dent to their profit and loss account, and they are very late coming to it, and by then somebody has already raced ahead. Example being Tesla, for example, and electric vehicles. It's not that others were not working on electric vehicles. Everybody working on it, but nobody had the faith that probably Tesla had in looking at the future and racing to the future. So this is something which I think other companies should also look at. And this also means that the entrepreneur's journey is very lonely in the beginning, right? Many of you mentioned the hardships of an entrepreneur. I understand that, because at the other extreme is a startup entrepreneur who takes it to the other extreme of loneliness, where everybody tries to tell them how stupid an idea it is to pursue, or how small an idea it is to pursue. But it is that faith that keeps that person going. And because it's small and grows big, it scales. And that is the story of startups that you hear who are scaling very rapidly. And we are surprised to hear how can they scale so rapidly very often, right? Another aspect of an entrepreneur's mindset is not about thinking about what resources are available and what they can do with the resources. It's about imagining what is possible and then arranging the resources for it. And that means that they go and raise resources. They're not talking about necessarily organic growth, right? They're talking about attracting risk capital and building startups. And example of this is, of course, from a recent article in Nature of the mRNA story. Since I have to be brief, this is the founder of CureVac, hearing from a Nobel laureate about his idea. This is completely shit, what you're telling us here, completely shit, right? This is a common thing that all entrepreneurs learn to live with and hear when they're starting up and dreaming big about their ideas. Most startups that succeed will have a graph which has some elements of this. You will often find that there's a period when growth is very slow. You don't know when it'll take off. you don't know if it will take off, right? And it's the faith of the entrepreneur that keeps it going. But when it takes off in a big way. And it's not like a traditional business where you're trying to stretch your resources and grow organically in a linear fashion, but escalate the growth as quickly as possible once you get to that point. And that is what you see in many of the companies that you hear of growing very rapidly, of course. That also means there has to be space at the top end to grow. So markets which are big, which can accommodate that kind of growth is quite important as well. There is a class of startups called deep tech or deep science startups, which basically rely on science for the foresight, right? So Dr. Iyer talked about immunotherapeutics. Somebody had the foresight of thinking that it would be possible to attack cancer by modulating the immune response of your cells, right? That foresight comes from science. And that is a very key element of science-based startups. And that foresight leverages scientific insights and also the innovation leverages technical novelty as opposed to business process innovation per se. Sorry, this is a little busy slide, but it's an interesting article which some of you might want to read, which is about the mRNA vaccine and the history of it. I just want to point to one thing, which is that the story of the mRNA vaccine began in the 1960s, and there was a very key development that happened around 2005, and that probably is going to end up in a Nobel Prize someday for Weizmann, Professor Weizmann and Dr. Carrico. But you can see around that time, on the other side, startups coming up, right? Startups, CureVac coming up even before the 2005 discovery, and later BioNTech and Moderna coming up. By the way, Moderna is a paraphrasing of modified RNA, which is the back end of the technology over there. Another interesting thing to note is that there is a parallel development of lipid-based delivery systems happening as mRNA technology progresses. And it is the fact that the both could be combined and somebody could see the connection between the two, and in Steve Jobs' words, connect the dots that make startups very possible, right? Okay. And this is going to happen in many other domains as well. And I just want to point out a couple for you in the pharma space. And it's important that you keep this in mind for the industry. You'll be surprised how often fringe technologies influence the mainstream of tech innovation in a given industry. These are two articles which came up, one in McKinsey Quarterly and the other in Harvard Business Review, about how the pharma business is going to change dramatically because of quantum technology and blockchain. The left one talks about how the pharma industry is going to see a significant value increase of more than $200 billion riding on the top of quantum technology. I won't have the time to go into what exactly is going to happen. I think I'll leave it for you to read, but I'll spend a little more time on the other one. The other one is blockchain, and this is the back end of cryptocurrency, and many of us would poo-poo cryptocurrencies, right? But blockchain is actually the background technology which makes it possible. This article argues about how it's going to change your supply chain in the world by anonymizing buyers and sellers and not necessarily each having access to other person's information. But I want to point you to another very important thing. If there's one single thing that is affecting Indian business today in the pharma industry, it's regulations, okay? And I won't be surprised, and this is a prediction I'm making, that if blockchain is used to do non-fungible, real-time regulatory audits for all pharma companies. And when that happens, you have to be ready for it, okay? And that is something which is going to change the game entirely. And India being the second largest hub of FDA-approved centers for production, it is something that is going to be extremely important that we ride on top of it right now itself. Another important thing, I'm glad you awarded patents today. It's very important to realize that tomorrow's world is going to be one of intangible assets, okay? This dramatically shows that. 1975, all the gray companies in gray were all the traditional brick and mortar companies. Today, if you look at it, all the value that is accumulating in some of these companies, the highest value companies, are all intangible assets. So intangible assets are extremely important for the future, and that's something which we should not be ignoring as well. I'll close with a few examples. Venture Center has been at the forefront of science-based startups. And of course, we have been working with more than 600 plus startups over the last 15 years or so. And some of them are now hitting the market. And these are some which you might be familiar with, some of you might be aware. But of course, the most visible one is when a movie star features in an ad, right? But these are some of the startups which are today shaking up the world. It was surprising to see a startup which basically beat Abbott to the game or Roche to the game in terms of the first regulatory approvals for some of the testing kits for COVID as well. There are some more. I won't have time, but I just want to point out. There are also companies working on the first circulating tumor cell diagnostic solutions out of India. For example, this company, Actorius, which has been tested by Tata Memorial Hospital and rolled out today into the market, is entering the US market shortly. Or Cygenica, which is working on delivering, amongst other things, CRISPR Cas9 into cells for therapy, including for cystic fibrosis and so on and so forth. OmniBRX, a company which is looking at bioreactors, which are being used by several vaccine developers. These are single-use bioreactors which are being done in India. I have spoken briefly about this, so I won't talk too much more about it. But this is a company that we are very positive about. I also understand that yesterday there has been some discussion about how diagnostics and devices are going to drive pharma industry as well, and it's important to keep that in mind. That remains a fact that is very important to keep in mind, and we also believe that we are going to see a wave of diagnostics and devices shortly as well. Here is one more startup which is working on NCEs for vitiligo, which is an autoimmune disease, as the starting point for further development into other autoimmune diseases. This is the first drug candidate for vitiligo, which is coming out from cutting-edge research, novel targets, new animal models, and it's currently in phase 1 initiation. The challenge here was not only the science behind it, the new target and the development of products, but also the fact that you had to develop models to make it happen, to test it. Animal models to really show that it indeed works as well. This is a company called Aham Immune from our portfolio. Finally, I'll close with one slide on some recent developments where NCL, which is the research organization that I also belong to, is pioneering the field of continuous flow synthesis. Way back, about 10-15 years ago, we started the work on microreactors, unit operations, and continuous flow synthesis. Today, it is seeing a lot more attention from the pharma industry. But it's quite clear that continuous manufacturing is going to be very important in the future, and probably also in modularizing the way pharma industry manufactures in the future, and in many different ways, changing the economics of and sustainability of many of these processes. And perhaps it might also be an important part of the story of Atmanirbhar Bharat in APIs, okay, in the future as well. So in the last 10 years, NCL has built a world-class capacities in flow synthesis, covering 50 different flow reactors, going from very small to much larger scale demonstrations with industry partners, and of course, a variety of reactions and a variety of different substrates, which we have been working on at NCL. So with that, I'll close. I just wanted to give you a quick glimpse. I hope I'm within time, George. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I hope you can support innovators of all kinds and hopefully startups which will probably shape the future of Indian industry, or at least the new streams of Indian industry that will emerge in the future as well. Thank you very much.
So on a lighter note, this is how we do research in India. We're giving our scientists very limited time to present. We say we don't have talent in India, but I can tell you the way the first two speakers have covered their topics, it requires talent to do it, to take you from basics to tell you really what they are doing. So thank you so much. I now call upon our next speaker, Dr. Bakle. Dr. Barclay has been a veteran in the field of pharmaceutical medicine for the last 3 decades. He has worked as the medical, clinical, and regulatory director for several companies such as Schering-Plough, Novartis, Aventis, and Sanofi. And he has headed a full-spectrum CRO of Reliance Industries. In his current role at Lupin, he heads the medical research group comprising of global clinical development, pharmacovigilance at the Lupin Bioresearch Center. He is based in Pune at the state-of-the-art Novel Discovery and Development Center. He has been a member of several regulatory committees that has framed guidelines for GCP, bioequivalence, IPR, Phase 1, and ethical marketing of pharmaceuticals. He has also served on WHO's Technical Research Advisory Group for tuberculosis in the past, and he has been profiled as one of the thought leaders among 22 corporate leaders from different sectors of the industry. So I now welcome Dr. Barclay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, George, for a kind introduction, and I want to thank IDMA and Dr. Dara Patel to invite me here. It's a homecoming for me, almost after 10 years, coming for a IDMA conference. In the next 15 minutes, hopefully, I should take you through a very important question that can pharma R&D in India move from pockets of excellence to an ocean of excellence? So I think it's very daring to ask this question because, India hasn't really produced many new chemical entities, but with the changes that are happening in the recent past and subsequent to the COVID crisis, it may be possible for us to really articulate that at least and start thinking on those lines. And we heard Piyush Goyal saying that you ask us for innovation, what we need to do, and government is there all to fulfill your dreams. So this is the right time to discuss that. So in order to do that, whether India can become a global innovation hub, we need to ask a few questions. First of all, we need to look at our position in the global innovation map. We need to see benchmarking with other economies in the same area. We should look at the factors disrupting innovation. We have heard a lot about ecosystems, so now it's high time to talk about the R&D ecosystems. And then finally, we have to discuss where do we find the money for these molecules that we can develop as an industry. So I think it's gratifying to see that India is figuring very prominently in the Global Innovation Index. Although the rank is 46th, it has been consistently increasing. And this graph where you see the India bubble prominent, it plots the economic development against the Global Innovation Index. Generally, it is considered to be correlated, but it is very clear that India has really broken out of that and outstanding. Of course, the comparison is the upper middle income countries from the 190 member states. Last few years, we have seen that rank continuously increasing, not just for the Global Innovation Index, but also for innovation inputs and innovation outputs. And you can see the rank grown from 9, 6, and 12 in the last 4 years. It is definitely growing faster. However, if you see the number of R&D facilities in India versus other countries, you can prominently see that it is dominated by the US and Europe. India has only 8 facilities. And as compared to China, we are only 1/3. As Swamiji said that acceptance is the first state. If you want to really make any changes and beginning, I think we are going to see benchmarking of India against number of parameters. So first, of course, is the number of patents. The minister talked about increasing the numbers, but we should look at the gap between the patents between India and our neighbors in terms of similar economies. The patent gap is widening, as you can see here, as compared to the last decade. So there is a lot more to do. Rather than being satisfied with whatever patents we are filing or the increase in the numbers, let us look at the comparative economies, what they are doing. If you look at the number of researchers, we are really, really much behind even a country like Singapore, which has far more researchers per million. If you look at funding, which is a yardstick of investments, and that too for a sunrise sector like biotech, we can see that as compared to the global funding of almost over 40 million, Indian biotech funding is less than 50 million. And since input is equal to output, if you look at the manufacturing scenario, biosimilars could have really repeated the success story of generics, but it has not happened. India contributes to only 8% of the global manufacturing for biosimilars. And again, the answer lies in the R&D, because we have to make products which are compatible for the rest of the advanced economies, where the technical entry barriers for introduction of biosimilars are extremely high. And this is despite the fact that India has the maximum biosimilars approved, almost close to 100 as compared to Europe, US, Brazil, and China. So I think there is a lot more to go. However, last few years, COVID crisis is beginning to see some changes, and gradually there is a shift from a big research center-based research to collaborative and virtual R&D by small players, because COVID crisis took all the big pharma by surprise. They were never in vaccines, so you have seen the BioNTech and Pfizer collaboration. So therefore, the scenario is changing. For the first time in the last 10 to 15 years, the cost of developing a single new chemical entity is reducing, which was continuously growing from 2013 onwards. At the same time, the peak sales of big brands is also gradually increasing. So the disparity between the amount of money spent versus the peak sales is gradually reducing. Another interesting development that is happening because of the external sourcing of late-stage molecules, which has never happened before. And you can see that in 2017, almost 70% of the late-stage molecules were developed in-house, whereas it's completely reversed now in 2021, where almost 70% were in-sourced from outside, from small companies. And that's why we can discuss about what are the factors that are disrupting the innovation cycle and whether we can benefit out of that by creating an environment which is conducive. We just heard Premnath talking about diagnostic tests. He told us the story about the Actorius, which is a diagnostic test which is going abroad now. So overall, the age of blockbuster medicines, where you create one big brand which will take over the world and the company will benefit tremendously, is gone now. So we are moving from the blockbuster medicines to increasingly targeted medicines for a specific type of a patient. And then individualization and the personalization is going to happen. But this is exciting for the scientists, but it is not really exciting for the marketers, simply because the markets are going to be crashing down, and it is moving from the mass market to niche markets. So therefore, the days of blockbuster brands is going away, particularly in the post-COVID scenario. There are a lot of pressures in the Indian pharma industry, particularly the big pharmas who are trying to develop new drugs. And we heard Dr. Praveen Nair talking about the strides that are done by Glenmark. Lupin has out-licensed to big molecules for almost to the tune of $1.7 billion to big pharmas. But the pressures are intense within the R&D and the corporate headquarters, because it is too much centralized R&D. It is infrastructure dependent. It is very, very capital intensive, and therefore the returns on the investment is definitely not worth it sometimes. The overall R&D timelines are very, very long. They are very unpredictable success rates, and therefore we are celebrating even 1 or 2 molecules actually moving to even phase 2. And there is a huge dependence on the big pharma on the branded generic products and also the exports. And of course, we should celebrate exports, we should celebrate big brands, but at the same time, the increasing dependence on that really does not need for these pharma companies to invent like it happened in Europe and US, where for the survival of the companies, development of new chemical entities was necessary. So therefore, the situation is not very conducive at this juncture, and we need to really develop new R&D ecosystem. I think you have heard this word very often, and as Swamiji pointed out 25 times in Chandra's talk. But I think what are the strategic levers that we can revolutionize the R&D with? First of all, innovation mindset. I think a lot of people have talked about that since morning. But we also need a lot of passion behind the innovation. We need decentralization of R&D, which is centralized too much. We need resource sharing with small startups. I think Premnath gave a very good perspective of a startup and what goes into making one. We need advanced technologies, and you have already seen some of them, and I'll talk in the last slide. But the most important thing is we need newer funding mechanisms which are need to be brought in, particularly the private financing. So therefore, the one-size-fits-all approach that the big pharma had, it is not really working. The centralized model is not really working, and therefore we need to look for newer and more virtual R&D models to adjust to the new market dynamics. So what is this R&D ecosystem? I think we have most of the stakeholders in that. We have the big pharma already working on that. We have startups. There are thousands of startups, but these startups are not well connected to the big pharma, and therefore they are working in isolation. They don't know where to commercialize their products. COVID brought some of them together, so therefore we used to get a lot of contact from the small startups about COVID drugs, but that has to happen regularly. Academic institutions are working again in silos, and they do not really understand the commercialization part is the most important, and therefore they need to be reoriented. We have hospitals which are very good clinical trial centers, but they have to step out of, again, their silos, and they have to start advising the pharma companies and startups particularly to new ideas for developing drugs, particularly the repurposing of drugs. And the private equity in India is really silent. It is not really, only 3% of the entire startup money of private financing is going to pharma startups. So this is one area that we need to look at. If we decide to put the COVID experience transfer to the post-COVID times, I think the first and the most important thing to consider is repurposing of old drugs. I think if you remember that remdesivir, tocilizumab and baricitinib, all the three examples are of those drugs which have been repurposed. They were not meant for COVID, and they've created together almost like a $10 billion sales in just 1 year. So can we really use that? Can we create ecosystem where the hospitals and the doctors who are closest to the patients create new ideas, and once the new ideas, whether it's a new fixed dose combination or a new delivery system, in such a case, we just need to do toxicology, we need to do BA/BE, and we need to do only the phase 3 trial, which everything can get done in a short span of money that can be funded by private financing or even government schemes that I'm going to talk about. So therefore, the relevant ecosystem for such a repurposed drug, and this happened, and I think a lot of you would have seen that happening in the COVID times. You need a hospital, you need a small startup which can patent the drugs. There are a lot of patent experts. We saw the patent awards given today. So India is very much on that track. We need toxicology CROs which are small in number, but once the demand increases, they can be more in numbers. We already have BA/BE CROs for pharmacokinetic studies, particularly to rule out drug interactions. And finally, clinical trial CROs are already there, which are doing a very good job for clinical trials. So with this kind of ecosystem already there, only private financing and startups need to be brought together. The next challenge will be funding constraints. If you look at the gross expenses of R&D that India is spending is only 0.7% of the GDP as compared to the other BRICS countries. China more than 2%, Brazil is 3%, and even Russia is about 1%. So most of the funding is dominated currently by the government, and the startup scenario is very, very scattered. Startup scenario is not really conducive right now to work with pharma and the entire ecosystem to bring, particularly to commercialize drugs. Government is doing their own job, in fact, and I'm going to talk about some of the government schemes. But the centralized capital-intensive R&D model is not sustainable simply because the big pharma also finds it difficult to support their entire pipeline that exists internally. It doesn't come out in the media, but they have several pipeline of products. But without external funding, it is very, very difficult to support that. So Ernst & Young, in fact, did a survey of the startups, and the prominent thing that came out is funding is the key challenge. But if you look at the actual funding, most of it is government finance, BIRAC grants, Startup India scheme, DIPP has a lot of schemes, Nidhi Prayas is another scheme. So there are a lot of schemes which are already available. If you look at the early stage life cycle, there is a grant called Biotech Ignition Grant, which supports almost 600 projects. Almost 150 startups have been actually provided money, and 200 patents have been filed. There are other schemes also which are taking care of the late stage, and these are SBI, RI for SMEs. For public-private partnerships, almost more than 200 projects have been supported, 32 IPs have been filed. And equity financing schemes are also available through the BIRAC grant, which is through the BioNext incubators. And I think we have heard about the NCL incubator already from Premnath. So I think the challenge is going to be the private financing, because if private financing comes, we can get literally hundreds of billions of dollars in the next 5 to 10 years. So what is the challenge there? Because long gestation, high risk, and uncertainty of the success, these are the main challenges for PEs to bring money into the pharma startups. So most of the money goes into services sector and the IT sector. We can really think of innovative funding models, and there are some of the models I'm going to talk about. Co-investing. Hong Kong, Israel, Europe, they are trying some co-investing models where government invests and also the private sector in a ratio of 1:2 private equity financing, and therefore it becomes easier to support. There are convertible grants available where grants are converted to loans if the project is successful. If not, it is written off. And crowdfunding has been tried in the US, and you'll be surprised to know that they raised almost about $150 billion in a span of 5 years in the US. So this is some model with a large Indian population and the HNIs. If it is orchestrated in a good manner, facilitated by the government and the industry together, can become a very good source of income for R&D. So people will be prepared, except that we need to have a very clear focus on commercialization of such products to the market, and that is many times missing from the startups and small companies. So what are the things that we can do for incentivizing R&D in India? We need to restore the weighted tax deductions to 200%, restore the tax holidays on R&D spend, which was there earlier, expand the current scope to include the licensing fee on these molecules, not just for the fees in India, but also abroad, including the royalty on sales. That should be brought into the patent box regime that has started. Clinical exclusivity is not being provided. That should be considered. There should be a price freedom, not just for the patented drugs, but also for those drugs which come through clinical trials. And pediatric exclusivity is something that we should consider. And if all these are provided, and if really R&D is supercharged, then we can think of using the advanced technologies, and we have seen some of them. In fact, they sound very, very complex, but I think the IT industry has really played a big role in providing cloud and edge computing. We have so many variables, and Premnath showed the picture of some of them. Genetics, genomics is changing the scene, Actorius, for example, and there are several. In fact, nobody thought of RT-PCR going to the households with such a complex technology, but that has already happened. Artificial intelligence, augmented reality is very much in the pharma industry now. And in fact, I saw the stalls of digitizing your factory outside here. And Premnath has already talked about blockchain, how it can revolutionize the supply chain. The question is that, do we have the daring to actually get into all of that? But I think it's very important. I want to quote the Roman philosopher who said that it is not because things are difficult that we do not dare. It is because we do not dare that things are difficult. I think this is a very, very important quote. And fortunately for us, we have a leader who is envisioning that. Narendra Modi said our diversity, our demographic potential, fast-growing market size, and digital infrastructure have the potential to make India a global hub of research and development. Thanks for your attention.
So thank you very much, all of you. Some very, very interesting presentations were made. And we'll request all of you to come up to receive your mementos. I'll request our President, Dr. Viranji Shah, to please come up. I will request Madam Jyoti Sardesai, head of our Goa FDA, to please come up. Madam. And Dr. George Patani to please come up. A big round of applause, please. Thank you very much. We now go for the ACG SciTech Research Paper Awards. In order to encourage R&D in the country, IDMA has instituted the Research Awards for the best original research paper published in the Indian drugs every year from the year 81-82, and the award for the best review article was instituted in 2001. The best original research papers are evaluated in the following disciplines: pharmaceutical chemistry, natural products, pharmaceutics, pharmaceutical analysis, and pharmacology. The award will be known as the Idma ACG SciTech Research Paper Award. The Idma ACG SciTech Research Paper Award will be in the form of a plaque and a cash award. First of all, I would like to acknowledge the excellent work done by our referees, the jury, Dr. S.G. Deshpande, Dr. Nagaraj Rao, Dr. Kumkar, Dr. Prashant Dikshit, and Dr. Sampada Patwardhan. A big round of applause for them, please. Thank you. So may I request our National President to please come up on the dais along with Mr. Ajit Singh. May I request our immediate past National President Mahesh Bhai to please come up, Mahesh Doshi, and Mr. Yogin Majmudar. Yogin Bhai, please come up. So the first award for the review article, the paper on non-steroidal human performance enhancing agents. This is to be given to Institute of Chemical Technology, and the authors are Mehta Gaurav, Joshi Maithali, and Joshi Srirang. The award will be received by Dr. Srirang Joshi, FMAS, FICS. We need a long round of applause, please. Thank you. The next one is for pharmaceutical chemistry, synthesis, biological evaluation and docking studies of non-hepatotoxic 5-substituted thiazolidine. The authors are Shukla Karuna, Pandey Shailendra, Chawla A. Pooja. The institute is Department of Pharmaceutical Chemistry, ISF College, and Pooja Chawla will pick up the award. The next award is for natural products, enhanced anti-inflammatory and anti-migratory effect of herbal nanostatins on HEP-G2 cancer cells. The authors are Mehra Akanksha, Chauhan Sonal, Jain VK and Nagpal Suman. The institute is Amity Institute of Advanced Research and Studies. The award will be picked up by Dr. Akanksha Mehra. The next one is pharmaceutical analysis, sensitive bioanalytical method development for venetoxilex and validation in human plasma. The author, Potluri H., Department of Chemistry, Engineering College, Godla Veru. The award will be picked up by Dr. P. Haritha, Assistant Professor. The next one is for pharmaceutics, the paper on formulation and optimization of ritonavir nasal nanosuspension for brain targeting. Authors are Tapasya Mulam, Sanjay Shirsagar, and Smita Kakad. They are from the Department of Pharmaceutical, MIT's Institute of Pharmacy. The award will be picked up by Tapasya Ravindra Mulam. And Dr. Smita Prakash Kakad. The next one is in pharmacology, rapid green synthesis of gold and silver nanoparticles using ethanol extract of Kedrostis fortissimi. Authors are Amutha Muthuswamy and Lalitha Patel. They are from the Department of Chemistry, Nalamuthu, Gondar. And the award will be received by Dr. M. Amutha and Dr. P. Lalitha. Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you, Mr. Ajit Singh. Thank you, President. Thank you, Mahesh Bhai and Yogin Bhai. We go to another very, very interesting session, and that is inflection point positioning India as the global API hub. And to chair the session, we once again have our expert in life sciences, Mr. Utkarsh Palnitkar. Utkarsh, may I request you to come up? And we've got an excellent panel. We've got Dr. Satyanarayan Chava, founder and CEO of Laurus Labs. Recently in the news, couple of awards they have picked up. We've got Mr. Premchand Godha, Chairman and Managing Director of IPCA Laboratories, and a very, very senior member of Idma. We've got Rajiv Nanapeni, Vice Chairman and CEO of Natco Pharma, another very senior pharmaceutical industry member. Where's the table? Okay. So over to you, Utkarsh. I'm sorry, I won't be able to introduce you because I already introduced you yesterday. And everybody knows you too well now. Please, over to you, sir.
Thanks, Dara. It's good to be on your right side for a change. Namaskar and good afternoon. Shankar Iyer, in his celebrated book, and I'm sure many of you must have read it, Accidental India, wrote that a crisis has been the best stimulus for India to bring about positive change. He was, of course, speaking of the 1991 financial crisis, which triggered economic reforms in the country. The API crisis, or the API import dependency crisis, if I may, is another such event. My fervent wish, though, is that we don't over-rely on this one lever that several governments have found. Dependence on China has not been an overnight phenomenon, but more, like my friends in corporate finance will relate to, is much like a creeping acquisition. You know, where a minority shareholder keeps accumulating stock over a period of time, and one day suddenly you find he's not a minority shareholder and he's the majority stakeholder. Very similar in the case of APIs in China. On 25th February 2015, just to jog your memory, the late Shri Anant Kumar, who was then the Minister of Chemicals and Fertilizers, declared 2015 as the year of active pharmaceutical ingredients. Much water, as they say, has flown down the bridge since then, and the government has finally announced some measures to address the situation with the PLI scheme. Interestingly, the pandemic has provided an impetus to the industry, whether it's thanks to the so-called China Plus One strategy and the disruption of global supply chains. The API industry, meanwhile, has gone through some very interesting times. And one measure to gauge this is the growing interest from the investor community. 3 private equity-led investment platforms have been created specifically targeting the API space, which includes Carlyle's $300 million platform, Advent's $400 million platform, and PAG's $200 million platform, again, all exclusively targeting APIs. Some investments have already taken place, as you may have noticed, and APIs constituted more than 1/3 of the overall M&A activity in pharma in 2021. Has the moment then arrived for the industry to seize the momentum and create substantial space for itself? The industry, unfortunately, is extremely fragmented, with the presence of a large few players and several small and mid-sized players. Moreover, the business model and the operating strategies of these enterprises is also vastly different. Our panel this afternoon has been tasked to deliberate upon positioning India as the global API hub. When one speaks of India being positioned as the global hub, you're essentially looking at India's emergence as the preferred partner for APIs. We can break this further into two areas broadly, as merchant API suppliers and as CDMOs. At this point of time, the profitable CDMO market is dominated by enterprises from US and Europe, while China has a substantial share in merchant exports. It's good to have an idea of what competition we're looking at. Question is, well, the rising tide, with all these funds being collected, will lift all the boats, or will only some enterprises benefit from this opportunity? I have immense pleasure in introducing our panelists this afternoon. Dr. Satya Chava, or Satyanarayana Chava, is an alumnus of the Indian School of Business. He is a scientist turned entrepreneur who has held several senior positions and, of course, has created Laurus Labs, which is an integrated pharmaceutical and biotech company with clients in over 60 countries. Laurus sells products in 4 key segments: generic APIs, generic finished dosage forms, and also has a synthesis contract development services unit. Interestingly, Laurus supplies more than 1/3 of HIV patients in the emerging countries benefit from Laurus's products. 9 of the top 10 pharmaceutical companies in the world are its client. I have serious doubts on the judgment of that one pharma company that missed out on partnering with Laurus. I have had the privilege of knowing Dr. Satyanarayana Chava for several years now, and he is the epitome of discipline and focus. With painstaking efforts, he has built Laurus to one of probably the most exciting companies in this space. Please welcome Dr. Chava. May I next introduce Mr. Premchand Godha, who is a chartered accountant, and he's a director, and of course, he has been the managing director of Ipca Pharmaceuticals for a large number of years. Godhaji is an inspiration for all us chartered accountants. While many of my tribe get lost in nitty-gritty, Mr. Godha has always been a big picture guy, which is evident in the manner in which he has taken Ipca to the heights where it has reached today. I'm further delighted to point out that no other, mind you, no other Indian board boasts of so many chartered accountants on its board of directors. Please welcome Mr. Premchand Godha. Finally, I introduce a dear friend, a fellow Hyderabadi, a person that one inevitably looks up to, Rajiv Nannapaneni. Rajiv is a graduate of Tufts University, has wide experience in and exposure in general management in Natco Pharmaceuticals. Rajiv, has a very different outlook to things and has always challenged status quo. He's brought a very refreshing perspective to all the businesses that he has managed. With a very disarming smile, he is able to win you over and look at possibilities that you hitherto thought were not possible. So please welcome Rajiv Nannapaneni, and let's get started. I hope this works. When you look at the API industry today, you see a bit of a paradox. On the one hand, you have, like I said, all these big PE guys who've got a war chest landed, put together. They want to invest in the API sector. Then you have this dependence from China, for which we have a PLI policy. Then you have, actually, if you look at this sector, they have the best EV to EBITDA multiples that you're seeing today. And at the same time, you have a large number of companies that are still struggling in this space. So, Dr. Chava, you've seen this industry for the last so many years. Can you give us a perspective on where we are as a sector and where do you see the prospects?
India is capital for generic bulk drugs. So we are not doing anything in the innovative drugs. The reason why we do a lot of generic APIs is because of our cost arbitrage. We don't have knowledge arbitrage right now. We're only passing on our cost arbitrage to people who buy our APIs. I think time has come for us to not to do cost arbitrage anymore. So we have to become knowledge dependent, not cost dependent. If somebody says we produce cheapest drugs, that's not a good way to say. We produce cost-effective drugs. We don't use that cost-effective. We always think we produce cheap. At what cost? So we don't buy raw material cheap. We don't pay employees less. We treat affiliates. Then where you will get our low cost? Our low cost is like low cost airlines. Nothing is low cost actually. They're low profit airlines. Similarly, in the API industry, we have to think big. We are not thinking big. If you look at, compare China and India, we have a vast difference in scale. There are facilities in China, 10 million liters reactor volume. There could be 20 facilities in China. In India, we have maybe one. We don't have many. So unless we achieve scale, unless we achieve the ecosystem, a lot of people are talking about ecosystem from the morning. Unless we have a basic chemical ecosystem, which pharmaceutical industry thrives on, we cannot achieve self-sufficiency. That is the fact all of us need to agree. And the other unfortunate thing is the perception about the media, public is pharmaceutical industry is a polluting industry. We don't look at how our sewage, our municipal waste is treated. Nobody looks at that. Nobody looks at how much pollution is done by the construction industry. Nobody looked at how much pollution given by the vehicular pollution. So that way, if you rank the pollution created by pharmaceutical industry, it is not in top 5. But unfortunately, something happens somewhere, everybody looks at pharmaceutical industry. We need to change that perception also. Maybe government has to do a lot in changing that perception. So I feel the API industry, chemical manufacturing industry in general, has a bright future for the country.
Thank you. Godaji, you've seen the API industry through all its twists and turns. And as we were discussing, the composition you have players who are small, perhaps focused, and players who are very large. So is there room for all players to survive in the current marketplace? Not just survive, but thrive. What would you suggest? How does one stand out in such a crowded space?
As all of us know about that, we are one of the biggest supplier of generic drugs, formulations. So all today are surviving, small, medium, and big.
Right.
And it will continue, I think, for a couple of years. But ultimately, when whole world is heading towards generics, the bigger will survive and smaller may face a lot of difficulties. Because this is the industry of highly capital intensive,
right?
Both in assets as well as in working capital. And for smaller people, it will be very difficult to make those kind of investments. And for economical supplies. Because ultimately in generics, who will survive generic formulations all over the world? Who is most economical? So address always economics on continuous basis needs a lot of thinking on API. Because in formulation, there is any hardly scope to reduce costs. So it is only sector where one has to address technology, one has to address scale, and reduce the cost on continuous basis, not just once. So it needs a brain, a good brain in each and every factory, I will call it.
Right.
So the smaller companies, which are, let us say, having 50 crore turnover or 100 crore turnover, will face continuously difficult times. So it is not that simple, but today it is possible because India itself is a growing market.
Sure.
But tomorrow, and we have to think to not to reduce the dependency on China and become big. So I feel it, you can become big only when you can supply to China, not
Fantastic.
only to generic
Yeah.
world. And that is only possible when we do continuous work on the technological front,
Right.
as well as, let us say, one of the biggest bottleneck will be the capital, which is required for continuous, let us say, for increased production. Forget about anything else. You need a lot of capital, which is difficult for small people. Definitely, medium will have their own way. And bigger pharma companies will be thinking only on reliable suppliers. And reliable supplier can only be when you call it economical, that there is a collaboration for long term, and the dependency is there, that how they will face the competition. Because when there are only one or two suppliers, there may be third person who may have an economical process and how to withstand. And it is a matter of ultimately in generic drugs, it is the cost and cost and cost. So smaller people, I feel, will have difficult times in times to come.
I see.
This is what I feel.
Thank you. Rajiv, we were discussing, therefore, to distinguish yourself or to carve out a niche. You were talking of, and in terms of the API market that you address, as opposed to being an also-ran, identifying areas where you can excel. Can you tell us about that?
Certainly. If you look at our API model, I think we have two pillars of strength. I think one is we focus on niche, smaller products. I think there are a lot of therapies in this business, and I think you need to pick and choose which one you want to focus on. I think that's one of the most fundamental important things in business. So as a firm, we decided to focus on oncologies and peptides, which drives most of our business. And so one, we integrate that into our formulations, or we build global scale in these niche products. So I think one of the most important things is to build scale, as the other two gentlemen have said. Second, build high quality product, so which allows you to compete in any market, and focus on what you think you can do well. And I think everybody gets tempted by looking at other people and saying, oh, he has done well in this product, so let me also look at that. I think you need to find your own mark and with your own strategy, and I think that's one of the most important things. And whatever you do, you try to do well, and you can always get success. And I think you just have to find your mark at the end.
Right. Thanks, Rajiv. The other way of looking at it is, can you look at avenues for furthering revenue opportunities? And, whilst most companies are focused on the human pharma segment, if you look at the animal health segment, $35 billion, there are a few Indian companies that are focusing on that. But there too, we have our Chinese cousins, and you have Hisun and Hisoar, if I'm pronouncing it right. They are, fermentation-based. So a lot of, perhaps, do you see an opportunity of looking at it from a chemical synthesis base and looking at a market that has not much been targeted?
I mean, there are a lot of segments in the chemical business. I mean, you have, I just said, agro health is.
You are into agro health, right?
We are in, there's agro, there is animal health, and there's pharmaceuticals. We have diversified into agro health. I mean, there are multiple segments, Utkarsh. I mean, you just have to find your own sweet spot where you think there's value. There are always going to be competitors. I mean, you can't say that I'll enter a business and nobody will be there. I mean, it never works like that. And I think what you need to do is you do a good job and do a good quality product. And when you do a good job, your competitors are not 20 or 30, they're only 1 or 2. And I think that's what I always found. When you do your product properly and you do it ahead of everyone else, good emphasis on quality and reasonable amount of pricing. And I think in the end, you are only competing with 2 or 3 people. And I think you need to have a clear line of thinking on your strategy, but you can always compete with anywhere in the world. I never think of this business as you can't compete with someone. But I think what you need to do is, you can't replicate what Chinese have in their country, in our country. I think that's a very ambitious target. I think you need to look at what I want to focus on. You need to choose, let's say, okay, there are 100 products that Chinese are good at. Let me see the 15 products that I want to focus on and focus on these chemistries, a particular segment, a particular, area. So I think once you do that, then I think you get the economies of scale and the global scale, which allows you to compete. I think trying to reinvent the whole thing again, I think it's not a fair ambition. I think that's a very unattainable ambition. I think if you say I'm able to do that with 20 or 30 products, I think we've done a good job.
Great. Dr. Satyanarayana, the other area where actually the margins are much better is the CDMO space. So some companies have, they have their own merchant API revenues, and then they focus on CDMOs. We have made a breakthrough, but again, our Chinese friends, whether it's Wuxi or Pharmaron, seem to dominate that market. Should that be an area, and especially where, you're doing some of that in terms of end-to-end services. What's the outlook for CDMO services from India?
When there was a crisis, everybody is talking about China plus one strategy. Generic companies will get a lot of opportunities because of companies move from China to India. In generics, we haven't seen. In the last 2 years, we haven't sold single kg extra because of China plus one strategy. The generic industry thrives on cost effectiveness. If there is somebody in Zimbabwe giving cheaper with all regulatory affairs, people will go there because they look at achieving market share by lowering the price. Having the same quality, how to get more market share is lowering price. Because the generic formulations, the EBITDA margins, or even take gross margins, maybe 50-60%. Whereas in the branded products, new chemical entities, the big pharma, the cost of material should be less than 1% of their sales, or maybe 2% of their sales. So in generic industry, somebody wants to save 5% of their cost on 50% is 2.5%. It's big. The company is making 10% of profit, 2.5 is 25% of their profit. Don't look at 2.5 is 2.5. And similarly, in NCE space, when their COGS is 2%, when they want to save 5%, it is 0.1%. So will companies risk 99% of their gross margin for saving 0.1%? No, they will not save. So the China plus one strategy will work very well in branded products, in NCE CDMO. I think we have seen a lot of demand because of China one plus strategy in the CDMO space, not in the generic space. As Utkarsh mentioned, we don't have global leaders in CDMO in India. So for example, take Wuxi in China, they do 12% of molecules for clinical trials in the world. That is the scale they have. So here, we don't have that scale. And if somebody, a multinational company, a CEO gives $100 million to a vice president, please go and set up a shop in Asia, I'm sure nobody will come to India. They may go to Singapore if they have a lot of money, or they go to China or somewhere else. Will people come to India? I doubt. We haven't grown our infrastructure in such a way, our living conditions in such a way, post office hour life, so schooling. So people look at differently when they have to invest heavily into India. I'm sure situations are changing, but CDMO space, India has bright future, and we need a lot of investment there.
So I'm glad you talked about, the CDMO space in the innovative area. 39%, if you look at, break it up, of CDMO market is on innovative drugs. Unfortunately, we have very little of that 39%. And if we were gradually, it doesn't happen overnight, but if we were gradually able to wean that away and start increasing that, the way some of the Chinese companies that you mentioned provide end-to-end services, right? It's almost a hand-holding that they are providing to these entities. So perhaps we may not have all the capabilities, but if we create internal partnerships within India, do you think there's a possibility that we can crack that 39% number?
In the NCE API space, the decisions are made because of tax reasons, not cost reasons. So we don't have locations where for example, Ireland gives a lot of tax incentives. Here, we don't have that kind of tax incentives. So somebody saving 10% of 98% versus they will come to India and pay huge taxes. So the CDMO APIs, I don't believe we will play a big role. Maybe in the CDMO, intermediates and starting materials, chemicals, those areas, I think India has a very, very huge opportunity.
Godaji, Dr. Satya was talking about government intervention and, with big fanfare, we've had this PLI scheme. But if you look at it, about less than 10% of the industry actually applied for the PLI scheme. Why do you think, the response was lukewarm? And what's your take on, to my mind, it's largely import substitution. How will that, go towards meeting our ambition? And our ambition is to be the global API hub. Your take?
I will first, let us say, address IDMA members.
Sure.
That we have hardly 10 to 15% members who are in pure API.
Right.
80-85% is only formulation companies here.
Right.
And all our members here are either small or medium, not large-scale producers of API. Most formulation companies are also thinking to get into API. That is what I believe. Because once you make money in formulation, where to invest? And that looks very easy to others because others are making money. It's a presumption.
Sure.
As Mr. he has mentioned about very limited margins, hardly 15% margins which API has in comparison to maybe 25-30% in formulations. But still, this is an alternative which people think. And this is everybody's imagination because big companies also are all in backward integration, that is API.
Sure.
So that is how people think to become big and bigger. But the situation is that every company does not have that kind of technological strength.
Right.
To give, again, economics comes in. For self-consumption, it is only good for bigger companies. Bigger, let us say in India, I can call it 20-25 companies, who can use their own API and not bother about cost. Whereas if you are to compete, not only in India, but all over the world, again, economic matters. So it is moving around, how do we compete with China? And for competing, I think the government major focus was, India should not be dependent on China so much that our 80% API are imported. So the PLI scheme came, and it will definitely help to reduce dependence, but not the total dependence. There are thousands of molecules, and hardly numbers have been addressed. And that is also, mostly the people were knowing that these chemicals can be made in India. All chemicals can be made in India. It's a question of, because of the government policy and reduced custom duties, the dependence went continuously up and up on China because we were not competitive in terms of technology and scale. Scale is very important in API. That is why I say that smaller companies will be difficult to survive long term because scale, without scale, you cannot have cost competitiveness. So PLI scheme will help to some extent to reduce dependency on large volume drugs, which we are importing. But the time will test that how to compete with China in international market. In spite of that, we get a benefit, maybe 2-3 years of PLI scheme, not in total. Because startup, nobody depends upon your supplies. Validation, bigger companies will need a lot of time for validation of the newcomers. So that scheme will help to start with, to reduce dependence on India, but to compete in international market, it will be a difficult situation. That's what I feel.
So Rajiv, one of the strategies, when the focus is always on cost, you should look at measures looking beyond cost. And in these days, environment, social and government, or ESG, is gaining center stage with environment-friendly products getting. And China has received a lot of flack on EHS issues. So can we then think differently? And from India, can we use ESG then as an advantage? And then, get ESG to stand for environment-led strategic growth.
I mean, Utkarsh, the challenge with, environment management is, I think, there are people who do things the right way, there are people who don't do things right way, and I think we have to be honest to ourselves. Everybody does. We don't all have a level playing field among ourselves.
Sure.
And at least from the API plants that we operate and the environment that we operate, we have the effluent plant, and we dispose of the solid waste, which has a tremendous amount of cost. So I think first of all there should be harmony among all the companies that everybody is held to the same standard. I think that's probably one of the most important things. The second most important thing is nobody likes to have a chemical plant in their backyard. You all want to take medicine, but nobody wants it in their own backyard. So it's very important that we set up industrial estates where we have infrastructure for chemical plants in this particular area. I think the states that we operate in, I'm from Hyderabad, so in Telangana has a pharma park. Similarly, another facility that we have in Vizag also is in a pharma park, where all the environmental clearances, everything are done upfront by the operator, and that you're only operating your plant in there, and they give you access to processing your effluent and your solid waste. And I think this is what probably we need to do. I think have better governance and possibly also have industrial estates, which makes it one-stop shop to get all these things done. And it's one of the reasons why Singapore, Ireland have succeeded, because the governments build this infrastructure. Sure. All you just have to do is to set up your unit, and it's plug and play.
Right. And of course, one has to remember that China, in addition to pharmaceuticals, has a very large chemical industry with huge chemical industrial parks. But, one of the things that some companies are attempting, Dr. Satya, is backward integration for APIs and focusing on KSMs and intermediates, and therefore, trying to look at whether this will be another competitive advantage. Do you think this is the way to go?
I think we need to clarify to all of us, ourselves, interdependence is a must. So you, instead of buying intermediate, you buy starting material. Then where you buy your solvents? Where you buy other chemicals? See, I don't know, unfortunately, this dependency on pharma became so important because of the pandemic. Otherwise, if you don't import plastic from China, I think our day-to-day life will become miserable. We don't look at that. We don't import hardware, our software industry will suffer. We don't have ability to do all those. So I think we have to understand interdependence is a must. The question is, we are at the crossroads. If you have money, you have resources, whether you want to make basic chemicals, or you want to do forward integrate, do NCE research, or do biologics, do biosimilars, do immuno-oncology. So that is the big question we need to understand. So if I backward integrate by investing 1,000 crores, I'll make the same profit. Maybe less profit, because I'll make inefficiently than other large volume Chinese players. So the question is how to deploy our capital, both human as well as money. I think it depends on company to company. For example, here Raju thinks differently, I think differently, Godaji think differently. And also, when it comes to PLI, see, industries are not set up for receiving subsidies for 5 years. Right. So Godaji is running industry for 50 years. So what will happen after 5 years, these PLI subsidies are over? Absolutely. So will we shut the factories and do something else, or wait for another PLI scheme to come? So I think the subsidies will never make economy stronger. So we need, as Raju mentioned, we need massive chemical parks. We need massive industrial wastewater treatment plants. We need very large chemical feedstock. Then only we will be able to play a bigger role in the global scenario.
Right. So you're talking of thinking big. Let me offer a counter view. Many years ago, I was asked, do you want to become the largest firm in India? I thought about it. I said, I'd rather be, in a firm where the profit per partner is more rather than being the largest firm. So on similar lines, would we want to look at or focus on business where we clearly have a competitive advantage, or rather compete in a very, very crowded space?
So, we are a research-driven manufacturing company. I don't know how many of you, where we have 1,000 people in our R&D. So every fifth person in our company works in R&D. Every fifth person works in quality. So about 40% of our colleagues don't yield any revenue. But still, we make very well. The reason why we do very well, we manufacture starting materials, intermediates, APIs, dietary supplements, cosmetic ingredients, we make steroids, hormones. We are a manufacturing company. Unfortunately, people think us we are a ARV company. So we make more than ARV.
Sure.
We do manufacture chemicals. We do manufacture paint additives. So when I met Utkarsh long back, he was asking who is your dream company to be in 15, 20 years. I said, we want to be an Indian BASF. So where they make from chemicals to biologics. So I think we do animal health right now. We are also getting into other areas. So we are a manufacturing company. So India has a tremendous potential for manufacturing company in a sustainable way. We have to do sustainable way at a scale. So that is equally important.
Right. Before I open the floor to questions, Godaji, you talked about, I sense with so many other enterprises. Do you see a lot of possibilities for M&A in this space, consolidation happening in this space?
Yes, API industry is consolidating slowly.
Right.
A lot of PEs are taking interest.
Right.
And they believe that there will be a good future keeping government policies.
Right.
India Plus, that is
right.
always the thinking that the dependency on China, particularly for bulk drug, as well as intermediates, or even some advanced chemicals. So they will be all taking long-term view that India's progress will be there. Definitely it will be depending upon company to company. But as on date, the PEs are taking interest in medium scale companies.
Right.
Hardly
right.
there
Absolutely.
are small, big companies, only API.
Correct.
Where they look as his company is a different company. He is highly focused. So already public, making good money. No private equity looks at him because he doesn't need money.
Right.
We are formulation and API company.
Right.
We don't need so much money to depend upon PEs.
Right.
So we all three are not so much dependent on PEs.
Right. On that note, I'm going to open the floor. Quick questions because Dara is telling me we're completely out of time. Sir, only one question. So, sir, you've got a strong responsibility. That question is representative of the entire audience.
Yeah. Can you hear properly?
Yeah, please. Go ahead.
Apart from being past president, I'm also the current chairman of Bulk Drug Subcommittee.
Can you just put your mic up a little bit?
The issue, Dr. Satyanarayan, first you started and Dr. Rajiv also mentioned about the environment. That seems to be a very big issue. Just quickly tell what IDMA we are looking at and your reaction on that.
Right.
We are looking at environment treatment, the effluent treatment as a separate. It's a separate industry. We are in manufacturing.
Right.
We are a scientist and we are manufacturing. We do not know how to do treatment.
Sure.
We are forced to do it by the government. So if the two are separated, why CETPs? If everybody, and as you rightly said, there is a wrong perception just now or whatever perception that we are polluting, the chemical industry is polluting, API is a part of that, so we are polluting.
Sure.
So we do not discharge anywhere. That responsibility of discharging treated effluent is only of CETPs.
Right.
If all the industries are forcibly have to send that treatment, whatever partially treated, fully treated, whatever, only to CETPs, and CETPs only, there will be how many CETPs in the country? 50? All over, which will connect thousands of, 2, 3, 4,000 industries get connected to those. Only they will be discharging. Let there be 24/7 monitored by the authorities that what they are discharging is treated properly potable water. automatically our name gets cleared.
Sure.
That
So,
we
sir,
are no
what's
longer,
your
if
question?
that concept is accepted by the government, we are trying to push it. We are
Right.
talking to wherever we get an
Right.
opportunity. They are Telangana also, I think BDMA is also trying to look at that way.
You want to
That
respond
was
to that?
So I thought all the views of the,
Yeah, sure.
how do we connect?
Yeah, I think your suggestion is well taken, sir. I'm sorry, I would have loved to take more questions, but Dara has told me the trapdoor behind my chair will open. So today, friends, has been a great day of learning, right? We heard Chandra and the transformation that's taking place in the Tata Group, the absolute gems, by Swamiji, very ably rounded off by three very diverse groups of insights by our panel. Which reminds me what John F. Kennedy said, that leadership and learning are indispensable to each other. I do hope that we have generated adequate food for thought, and the panel itself has earned its right for lunch. Please join me in applauding this outstanding panel.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. So may I call upon our national president to please come up, joined by Mr. Anand Thakur, another very passionate member for APIs. Neha, can you please bring him up? Question નથી પૂછવાનો આનંદભાઈ મેમન્ટો આપવાનો છે. And may I request Madam Radha Viramani, is she there? She's left.
Wherever you are, we'll come.
So may I request Mahesh Bhai? Mahesh Bhai also a very passionate API manufacturer. Mahesh Bhai, please come up. So this is for Satyanarayan Chava. Go ahead, please. Please face the photographer, Anand Bhai. Anand Bhai, please face the photographer. Yeah. Mr. Rajiv Nanapenny, go ahead, please. Yeah, you can go ahead. All right. And for Mr. PC Goda, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's a proud moment for all of us. In the last 2 days, 90% of the presentations and the speakers were IDMA members. So, a big round of applause for our membership. And this wonderful panel of API also are all IDMA members. So, we'll now go ahead with the rest of the patent awards. Our apologies for having rushed some of you because the minister was in a hurry. But we'll now, after apologizing, we would now like to present the awards to the balance members who have won the patent award. May I request Dr. Gopakumar Nair to please come on the dais. President sir, you need to be on the dais. May I request Bharat Shah to please come up? Bharat Bhai. You are ready with the... Don't do all this now. तेज करो पठावे नहीं तम रो नहीं यार चलो Okay, we have Halewood Laboratories Patent Appreciation Award 2019-21, and I'll request Mr. Kaushik Chaturvedi, Krutin and Sanchit Chaturvedi to please come up. They have taken already. All right. Halewood needs to what? They have taken. Who said they have taken? No lunch for you, sir. I'm sorry. You can't prove the master of ceremonies wrong. All right, coming up next is Biocon Limited, Best Biotech Patent Award, and Purvi Raghavendra will receive the award. I'll request all you gentlemen to hurry up, please. Thank you. Biocon, will you please come up? Hetero, please be ready. Hetero Drugs, Best Patent Award. Y. Karuna Sri and the General Manager will pick up the award. Karuna Sri, where is she? Come, yeah. So Hetero Drugs, Best Indian Patent. Next is Aurobindo Pharma, Best API Patent Award, and Dr. SDVN Shivaram will pick up the award. Next is Nippon Laboratories, Best Process Patent Award. Rahul Jain will pick up the award. Neon Laboratories. So Rahul Jain, where are you? Come. Please hurry up. Neon Laboratories, yeah. I said Neon Laboratories, Rahul Jain. Next is Genova Biopharmaceuticals Appreciation Award. Their Associate Director IPR and Legal will pick up the award. Genova Biopharmaceuticals. May I request Utkarsh to please come up? Utkarsh Palnetkar. Utkarsh. So thank you very much. So we just have only one. There's nothing. Neon is only there. Okay, that we can change it later. We'll change it. Don't worry. Just tell Melvin, please handle this. Sorry about that. He'll handle it. You will have to.
I think in the entire 2 days, I have been handed the most pleasant task. And thank you, Dara, for that. You know, as I mentioned at the first panel, the sense of camaraderie that you see at IDMA, the level of partnership that you see, and the sheer joy and enthusiasm at IDMA is unparalleled. But all that happens when, you know, you have this great committee, the Diamond Jubilee Organizing Committee of IDMA, that have put this event together, and it's a tough job. I have been sending them incessant messages. They respond within 30 seconds. So please join me in congratulating this stellar team. Let me call on stage all of them one by one. To begin with, Mr. Bharat Shah, the chairman of the organizing committee. May I also call, I'll just read out the names so we'll save a little time. Dr. Virenchi Shah, Mahesh Doshi, Mr. Mehul Shah, Dr. George Patani, Mr. Barve, Neha Thakur, my dear friend Dara Patel, Neeraj Doshi, and Mr. Vikrant Parashar.
Can you soften the music? Well, let me tell you one thing, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody has worked, we've all worked, but two people stand out. The first person, I want to change his surname, and I call him Mandrake the Magician. So this is Mehul the Magician. There's nothing he just couldn't do. And the other one is George Patani. If you recall, the last king was George the Sixth. We have got George the Seventh now with us. So George and Mehul, you two have done a wonderful job. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's okay.
May I also call upon, and I'm going to read all the names in order, Ms. Sapna Patil, Ms. Parivaz Irani,
Put your hands together for the IDMA
Ms.
staff.
Geeta Suvarna, Ms. Batul Bismillah, and Mr. George Rodriguez. So IDMA, yeah. Oh, George or Melvin, I was. So at least there you are. Rodriguez is there. So at least, one of the suggestions that I had, and you guys must have also noticed, we do need a lot more diversity going forward in IDMA, and at least our friends on the dais are making it up to an extent. Yeah.
Vinanjay bhai, may I request you to just join Utkarsh? Thank you. These ladies and this gentleman have worked round the clock, friends, for the last 2 months. And how can we forget the lady who put this entire show for us? She's almost part of IDMA now. Shaheen, please come up. Stage art. No, they won't take the weight. Okay, Shaheen's team, please come. Shaheen's team, please come up. All right, and now it's time for a vote of thanks from Mehul Shah. Mehul bhai, please come up.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm standing between you all and lunch. So I have to complete this customary thing. I hope you all had 2 days IDMA Diamond Jubilee, very, you can say, contributing to your business and life and your stakeholders. Our efforts were to touch entire ecosystem with the pharmaceutical industry, starting with operations, investment, R&D, government, innovation, suppliers, quality, customers, employees, and general public at large. I trust the entertainment program was icing on the cake. First and foremost, I am indebted to the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, for his blessings in our Economic Times advertisement on April 13, 2022. I am heavenly thankful to two of our chief guests, Dr. Mansukh Bhai Mandavia and Shri Piyush Goyal, cabinet ministers. We were delighted to have the government regulatory leaders amongst us, Ms. S. Aparna, Dr. V.G. Somani, Dr. Mandeep Kumar Bhandari, Ms. Jyoti Sardesai, and others. I now congratulate and thank my colleagues in the organizing committee, Dr. Viranchi Shah, National President, Mahesh Bhai, Shri Bharat Bhai, Neha Thakur, Barveji, and one and only Darabhai Patel. I am also grateful to Vikrant, who was standing with me in last so many months, and a lot of background work is being done by him. On personal special note, I want to thank Shaheen, founder and creative director at Stage Art Live, and her team for outstanding event management. Outstanding event management. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Shaheen and team once again. I also recognize hard work and commitment put forward by IDMA team and for all the employees for organizing this event so well. These ladies were working day and night and staying almost, and we can't forget Melvin, but really sincere thanks to all of them from bottom of our heart. Really. I also extend sincere thanks and appreciation to our VVIP speakers, panel moderators, including our very dear Utkarsh Palnitkar and Bain and Company also as a knowledge partner. I also extend gratitude to our corporate partners, audience members, entertainment performance artists, media persons, and Hotel Sahara Star. We should not forget that without any incident, the Sahara Star really gave a great service. We were all having doubts on that, how it will unfold and all, including food and all. Thank you all very much. Okay. IDMA is steadfast in its commitment for Seva for Sampurna Swasthya to the entire world with supply of safe and efficacious and reliable medicines. The entire calendar year has a host of exciting events to help member companies take leap faith for their next orbit of growth. And request you to continue high level of engagement with IDMA leadership for information in this regard in the next few months. Today you have seen panel of speakers, the last panel even, the combined valuation is 75,000 crore of these three great stalwarts. So we must appreciate that people are really ready to help us. Only thing we have to help ourselves. So at the end, I want to leave, though few people are there, that please redefine your purpose, focus on your strength, use technology as enabler. Lot of takeaway points are there, and work on it and scale. At the end, I'm humbled to be part of this grand celebration. I hope my small involvement met your expectations, and I welcome feedback for improvement. May Almighty usher our pathways with abundant success. Best wishes to everyone and have a nice weekend. Thank you all very much. I want to call upon stage Sara Star, two people, Anadha Surve and Vinay Muralidharan, for the great help in organizing this entire event. Thank you.
Another, thank you for